أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أهلا بكم في أسبوع مستقبل المدن. أهلا بكم هنا في متحف المستقبل، هذا الصرح الذي لا يمثل وجهة للغد فقط، بل نقطة انطلاق حقيقية نحوه. نحن لا نجتمع اليوم كمستمعين، بل كمشاركين في تصميم المستقبل. هذا الأسبوع الذي هو بتنظيم مشترك بين بلدية دبي ومتحف المستقبل هو منصتكم العالمية لتبادل الأفكار الجريئة وتحويلها إلى عمل تعاوني ملموس. نحن نلتقي في دبي، المدينة التي علمتنا أن المستقبل لا ينتظر بل يصنع، وهدفنا خلال اليومين القادمين هو أن نصنعه معاً. أكثر من 40 متحدثاً عالمياً ومئات العقول المستشرفة من القطاع الحكومي والأكاديمي والخاص يجتمعون حول سؤال واحد، ولكنه السؤال الأهم في عصرنا: كيف يمكننا تصميم مدن تتمحور حول الإنسان وتكون قادرة على الازدهار وسط التغيرات التكنولوجية والمناخية والاجتماعية المتسارعة. اليوم سنركز على محركات المدينة، الأنظمة، الحوكمة الرشيقة والجاهزية للمستقبل. وغداً سنستكشف التجربة التي تنتجها هذه المحركات: المدن الرقمية، صناعة المكان، ومستقبل المجتمعات. دعونا نبدأ رحلتنا متفقين على أن مدن الغد لن تكون أذكى فحسب، بل ستكون أكثر شمولاً ومرونة، وقبل كل شيء أكثر إنسانية. أهلاً بكم في اليوم الأول من أسبوع مستقبل المدن. نود أن نلفت عناية ضيوفنا الكرام إلى أن الترجمة الفورية متاحة عبر سماعات الرأس المتوفرة لديكم. حضورنا الكريم، لنستهل أسبوع مستقبل المدن بكلمة تحدد المسار للحوارات والأفكار التي سنستكشفها خلال اليومين القادمين. يشرفني وفي البداية أن أرحب بسعادة المهندس مروان أحمد بن غليطة، مدير عام بلدية دبي، لإلقاء كلمته الرئيسية، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
هذا شركائنا في تصميم المستقبل، ورحمة الله وبركاته. ما أدري شغال الميكروفون ولا لا؟ ظني شغال، أنا لأني ما أسمعه. نجتمع اليوم في أحد أبرز الأيقونات المعمارية التي ترتبط بالمستقبل، وجسدت رؤية دبي وحاكمها سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس الدولة، رئيس مجلس الوزراء، حاكم دبي رعاه الله، الذي علمنا أن المستقبل لا ينتظر، المستقبل يمكن تصميمه وبناؤه الآن. من هنا، من قلب المستقبل، أود أن نتشارك معكم قصة بلدية دبي، بل قصة نجاح دبي، قصة تحول لم تكن صدفة، بل كانت نتاج رؤية وقيادة وتصميم واعي وجهد مشترك لأسرة عمل واحدة تشمل جميع دوائرنا الحكومية وشركائنا. لم تكن دبي تملك الموارد الطبيعية الوفيرة، ولكنها ملكت ما هو أثمن: الإنسان والرؤية. منذ تأسيس بلدية دبي فهي لم تكن مجرد جهة حكومية خدمية، بل كانت شريكاً استراتيجياً في بناء دبي الحديثة وفي تحقيق رؤية قيادتنا الرشيدة التي جعلت الإنسان هو محور التنمية وهدفها الأسمى. المدن تبنى وتخطط بناء على الاحتياجات، وبناء على احتياجات دبي في البداية تم تصميم الخور، كون أن المدينة جاذبة للتجار، ومن ثم تم تصميم ميناء جبل علي لازدهار التجارة، ومن ثم مطار آل مكتوم للتواصل مع العالم. فتشكلت المدينة بناء على الاحتياجات، وما زالت الاحتياجات هي التي تشكل المدن. فكل احتياج يتطلبه الإنسان تم تشكيل المدينة بناء عليه وبناء على الفترة الزمنية الخاصة به. على مدى 5 عقود قادت بلدية دبي تحولات كبرى في مجال التخطيط الحضري والبنية التحتية والصحة العامة والاستدامة البيئية وإدارة النفايات وتجميل المدينة. اليوم هذه الرؤية الطموحة تحولت إلى خارطة طريق عملية، هي خطة دبي الحضرية 2040، خطة استراتيجية لإدارة مدينة هي الأسرع نمواً في العالم، والتي شهدت زيادة مساحتها الخضراء 170 مرة من عام 1960. هذا التخطيط الاستباقي هو الذي سمح لنا بتحويل التحديات إلى إنجازات رائدة. فقد حولنا نفايات المدينة إلى موارد ثمينة، ونجحنا في تحويل أكثر من 16 مليون طن من المخلفات إلى طاقة. نحن ندير اليوم شبكات صرف صحي ومياه أمطار تمتد لأكثر من 8800 كيلومتر، وهي درع غير مرئي يستفيد منه سكان وقاطنين المدينة يومياً. حولنا الصحراء في دبي إلى واحة خضراء مستدامة، زرعنا أكثر من 4 مليون شجرة في أنحاء المدينة. المشاريع الضخمة تبني هيكل المدينة، لكن الثقة هي محورها الرئيسي. الثقة من خلال أكثر من 17 مليون زيارة تفتيشية على المباني، على المطاعم، على الفنادق، على المنشآت. نحن لا نطبق المعايير فحسب، بل نضمن جودة الحياة في كل تفاصيلها. هذا العمل الدؤوب هو الأساس الغير المرئي الذي يتيح لسكان دبي وزوارها العيش بأمان واطمئنان. هذا التحول الهائل لم يكن ليحدث بجهد البلدية وحدها، إنه نتاج منظومة عمل متكاملة ومتناغمة نفتخر بأننا جزء منها. هي قصة نجاح دبي الحقيقية، هي قصة الحكومة الواحدة. ونحن نقف على أعتاب 25 عاماً القادمة. السؤال لم يعد كيف ندير المدينة، بل أصبح ما هو حدود الممكن في تصميم مدن المستقبل. استراتيجيتنا المستقبلية هي خطة دبي الحضرية 2040 وخطة استشراف المستقبل، خطة متكاملة لإدارة خدمات المدينة. تبنينا فلسفة جديدة في بلدية دبي، فلسفة قائمة على 3 محاور جوهرية يؤمن بها كل فرد من أفراد بلدية دبي. المحور الأول: نتحول من مدينة ذكية إلى مدينة تنبؤية تتنبأ باحتياجات المجتمع. اليوم كل المصانع، كل التقنيات اللي موجودة في دبي وفي الإمارات العربية المتحدة من أفضل التقنيات اللي ممكن الواحد يستخدمها في شتى المجالات، ولكن أنك تستبق وتبدأ بالتنبؤ واستشراف المستقبل، هذا اللي سوته دبي من البداية. ولا كان ما شفنا كل التطور الهائل اللي استوى اليوم، واليوم واقع يعيشه العالم ويتفاخر به ويدرس هذه التجربة. فالتحول من مدينة ذكية إلى مدينة تنبؤية تتنبأ باحتياجات سكانها وقاطنينها، هذه هي استراتيجيتنا الجديدة. ثانياً: نتحول من الاستدامة إلى التجديد. تكلمنا كثيراً في الاستدامة وأهمية الاستدامة، ولكن العالم التسارع في التكنولوجيا يتطلب منا التركيز على التجديد والحفاظ على الاستدامة. اليوم لما نبني مباني ونتخيلها في دبي مثل هذا المبنى الرائع، نفكر ونقول متى ممكن ننقله لمكان ثاني، والتقنية تسمح والإرادة ممكنة والهندسة تعطيك هذه الأريحية. هي مش مجرد فقط استخدام تقنيات جديدة لتسهيل حياة الناس، بل الاستمرار في اختراع أشياء جديدة تساهم في تلبية احتياجات الناس ورغباتهم والتنبؤ بمتطلباتهم. وثالثاً وهو الأهم، نحن نتحول من بناء مرافق، ودبي معروفة بمرافقها، لكن في بلدية دبي أخذنا على عهدنا التزام أن نتحول إلى صناع وجهات جديدة في دبي. فكل يوم وكل سنة وكل شهر نبدأ بصنع وجهة جديدة يستفيد منها السكان ويستفيد منها القاطنين. الوجهات تحتاج إلى تجديد، الوجهات تحتاج إلى تقنية، الوجهات تحتاج إلى سهولة وصول. لذلك نركز جميع جهودنا أن كل يوم في حياة البشر تكون وجهة جديدة من وجهات دبي، وهذا هو الأصل في أعمال البلدية اليوم. أيها الحضور الكريم، قبل 25 عاماً كنا نبني أسس مدينة عالمية، أما اليوم فنحن نصمم معيار عالمي لمدن المستقبل. هذا ليس مجرد طموح، بل هو واقع نلمسه اليوم. فقبل أسابيع فقط من دبي قادت بلدية دبي بصفتها الشريك الاستراتيجي لقمة مدن آسيا والمحيط الهادي ومنتدى رؤساء البلديات حواراً عالمياً هو الأكبر من نوعه. أطلقنا في هذا الملتقى ميثاق دبي للحوكمة الحضرية الجاهزة للمستقبل. هذا الميثاق الذي تبناه ووقع عليه 150 عمدة مدينة يمثلون من أكثر من 350 مدينة حول العالم، هو إعلان بأن دبي لم تعد مجرد مستقبلاً لمدينة، بل أصبحت مدينة للمستقبل، تقدم للعالم إطار عمل موحد للحوكمة المرنة والمستدامة والمبتكرة التي محورها الإنسان. وإيماناً منا من صناعة المستقبل، وأن صناعة هذا المستقبل هو مسؤولية مشتركة، يسعدنا اليوم أن نعلن عن إطلاق خدمة إشارات المستقبل، مصدر دبي المجتمعي عبر قنوات التواصل. هذا المصدر يغذينا احنا في بلدية دبي بإشارات يومية تساعدنا في تطوير المدينة وتلبية احتياجات سكانها وقاطنينا. هذه دعوة رسمية لكل فرد في دبي ليتحول من مراقب إلى شريك فاعل في استشراف وصناعة مستقبل مدينتنا الغالية. نرحب بكم جميعا في الدورة الأولى لأسبوع مستقبل المدن، هذا الحدث المهم لدبي وليس لبلدية دبي فقط، فهو منصة تشاركية لصناعة المستقبل معا. أختم حديثي قصة بسيطة. في ملتقى عمداء المدن والعمداء كلهم جالسين، يمكن حد منكم حضر، المتحدث سألهم 3 أسئلة. هاي وين تخلي الواحد يستشعر بالجهد اللي يبذله في دبي في كل واحد منا. قال لهم: استمتعتوا بزيارة دبي؟ الكل رفع ايده. وهذه علامة أن الجهد اللي ياسين نبذله كلنا في دبي جالس يأثر ويسمع في الزوار اللي يجونا. وهذيلا مو بأي زوار، هذيلا عمداء مدن، يعني يديرون مدن مثل مدننا وشيء أكبر وشيء أصغر. فالواحد يشعر بالفخر أن لما يقول لك نعم استمتعنا بالإقامة في دبي. السؤال الثاني وهو المهم لي: بترجعون دبي مرة ثانية؟ الكل رفع ايده، مو بس رفع ايده، بتأكيد كلمة definitely we will come back. هني اليوم واحد يقول دبي بتجددها، دبي بذكائها، دبي بتطورها، دبي بالخدمات اللي جالسة تقدمها، تبهر العالم بكوادر موجودة في دبي سواء مواطنة أو أجنبية وعقول تساهم في تجديد دبي كل يوم. مشكورين وما قصرتوا، أتمنى التوفيق للجميع.
شكراً لسعادتكم على هذه الكلمة الافتتاحية القيمة التي رسمت ملامح الحوارات لليومين القادمين. ننتقل الآن إلى كلمتنا الرئيسية التالية، والتي تتناول موضوع المناخ والمجتمع وجودة الحياة في المستقبل الحضري. ونتشرف بالترحيب بمعالي الدكتورة آمنة بنت عبد الله الضحاك، وزيرة التغير المناخي والبيئة، فلتتفضل معاليها مشكورة.
السلام عليكم، صبحكم الله بالخير جميعاً. أعتقد سعادة الأخ مروان كفى ووفى وغطى الكثير من المحاور. أحد أهم المحاور أن دولة الإمارات دائماً تركز في كل خططها التنموية أن تكون هذه الخطط متمحورة حول الإنسان، لأن أساس استمرارية تنمية دولة الإمارات هو تطوير ذلك الإنسان الذي سيضمن استدامة جميع الخطط. اسمحوا لي سأقدم الكلمة باللغة الإنجليزية فيكون في توازن بين الأخ مروان في كلمات الافتتاح. I would like to start by sincerely thanking Dubai Municipality and the Museum of the Future for convening such an important event that allows us to build a shared vision for the urban life that we all want. With the pace of our growing, dynamic cities, it is easy sometimes to forget that our well-being is deeply tied to the natural world. And we have all felt it, from the calm that we feel sitting under the shade of a tree, and the relief from the city heat in a green park where we take our kids as well to play. We are more aware of the air that we breathe and the biodiversity that surrounds us all. For decades, economies have grown by consuming resources, and we know that this is unsustainable. And today, we know we can decouple prosperity from pollution. In the UAE, our leadership from the very beginning and the inception of the UAE have championed a human-centered pathway to development. This is why our recent announcement in the UAE of an investment up to 170 billion dirhams in national transport over the next 5 years is not just about easing congestion. It is our commitment to design smarter, greener infrastructure that improves air quality, gives families back their time to enjoy together, and make our communities healthier places to live. This people-first approach that the UAE embraced across every sector is a national strategy. Our Net Zero Strategy 2050 for a healthier environment, a more actionable climate agenda, for a more prosperous economy, for all residents, a nationwide we've also announced a nationwide ban for single-use plastic that protects the natural beauty of our coastlines and deserts for everyone to enjoy. In our National Air Quality Agenda 2031, we've ensured that the air we breathe remains clean and healthy and safe for generations to come. And our National Climate Adaptation Action Plan also identifies climate impacts across key urban sectors, building resilience into our daily life. We are in the UAE pioneering technologies, and we have seen some of those examples in His Excellency's speech. We're pioneering technologies that are designed from the very beginning to serve the living world. Innovation for us is a bridge back to the ecosystem that we can sustain. When we use AI and drones to plant millions of mangrove trees across our coastlines, we're not only preserving the coastlines and we're not only capturing carbon, but we are restoring vital nurseries for our marine life. And when we deploy sensors to monitor our coral reefs, we are protecting a vibrant underwater world that shields our shores. This commitment is embedded in our urban planning, with green building standards and energy-efficient infrastructure directly designed to enhance the comfort, health, and safety of our homes and workplaces. and strengthen climate mitigation and adaptation of our collective future. Building this future depends on all of us. And when municipalities plan with residents, when startups co-create with utilities, when schools lead community initiative, that is when ambitious becomes reality. And this is what we have seen in the service that His Excellency have just announced, how everyone's contribution is going to make a difference in how those designs progresses going forward. Our goal collectively is to make our Emirates a global model for urban sustainability. His Excellency mentioned the reactions of the different mayors in the convention that have taken place in Dubai, and how we created a model for everyone that they want to enjoy and they want to come for again. And we want to make sure that across the UAE, we're creating this model of urban sustainability where good governance unlocks ambition and unlocks innovation to achieve those ambitions, and where communities' well-being sits at the very heart of every decision. This vision is taking shape already through different examples across the UAE, from Masdar City, a global blueprint for carbon-neutral living powered by solar energy, to Dubai Sustainable City, where zero-energy communities thrive on conservation and water recycling. This commitment now extends across other Emirates as well, with projects like Sharjah Sustainable City and the Sustainable City Yas Island, designed in harmony with our net zero 2050 ambition. The future we're shaping has buildings that breathe with the climate, energy systems that are clean and reliable, and restored ecosystems offering green spaces for our health and enjoyment. This is why we are here today, to connect innovation, and there is no better place than the Museum of the Future to stress on that, connect innovation with urban planning and sustainability with style. This is our moment, our shared opportunity, and our shared responsibility. Together we can forge a future for our kids and our grandkids and the future generations, where cities can thrive in harmony with our planet, and most importantly, can thrive in harmony with each other. Thank you very much.
شكراً لمعالي الدكتورة آمنة الضحاك على هذه الكلمة الثاقبة ورؤيتها العميقة حول مستقبل المناخ والمجتمع وجودة الحياة في مدننا. ولأن بناء هذا المستقبل يتطلب قادة مجهزين بأدوات جديدة، ننتقل الآن إلى مبادرة نوعية تعكس جهود بلدية دبي المستمرة في بناء الجيل القادم من قادة المستقبل. يشرفنا أن نشهد معاً إطلاق الماجستير المصغر الأول على مستوى العالم في استشراف مستقبل العمل البلدي. هذا البرنامج المخصص والمصمم للعمل البلدي هو دعوة مفتوحة من دبي إلى بلديات العالم للمشاركة معنا في صناعة مستقبل المدن. لإطلاق هذه المبادرة الرائدة يسعدني أن أرحب بالدكتور يوسف العساف رئيس جامعة روتشستر للتكنولوجيا بدبي، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Dubai Municipality and the Museum of the Future for asking RIT to be part of this remarkable event. The creation of a MicroMaster in a future foresight and planning between Dubai Municipality and our university represent a forward-thinking step towards shaping a knowledge-driven future. The program is 6 months duration. It's hybrid, where people, they come to the university, but they can take it online, whether they are inside the country, outside the country. And it's a hands-on skill. They bring a problem, and they have to solve that problem when they go back to their businesses. If they, after 6 months, they like what they have done, and they go to their job, and they are finished, and they are satisfied, that's it. They take an academic degree which is accredited by UAE and accredited internationally from RIT in Rochester. If they would like to continue the master degree, they can, and everything they took in the 6 months will be counted for them. And this is the new landscape of higher education, because people, they don't want to spend 1.5 years learning something. Maybe 6 months will be enough. Practically, they go to the job and they implement and add value to their businesses. However, if they want to continue the master, they can, and RIT is sponsored by the government of Dubai, and we are for Dubai, and everything we do rotates on making Dubai always a leading city. This internationally accredited first of its kind program is not only about education, it's about envisioning what is next, exploring future scenarios, developing innovative solutions at the university, and asking the right questions to stay ahead of change. Our shared pursuit, not only in UAE, outside, of critical goals, for example, achieving net zero by 2050. Already we are offline. Can we meet it by 2050? Ensuring food security, addressing climate change, designing sustainable urban environments, demands collective across all sectors and institutions and even beyond borders. The entities in Dubai, whether RTA, Dubai Municipality, and we have to come together in order to see the future. Not only that, we have to integrate with other countries in order to see together the future and design something which is good for everyone. These challenges cannot be met in isolation. They require us to think and act as one unified entity, working towards a common vision of the future. And because of our belief in the importance of global collaboration, this is an open invitation to all municipalities in the world to explore this program and follow the trace of Dubai Municipality and its leadership in this space. This professional capacity building, this is, by the way, not an academic program. You will find the people teaching you, they are the experts worldwide in the future foresight. They have been working in many countries like Russia, like Europe, and they are here to really give the hands-on experience. Participants will explore principles of future foresight, analyze emerging trends impacting urban governance and municipal services, including the regulations and public safety aspects. The program will prepare participants to work in a real-life challenges their entities are facing that would help in building their cities and enhancing their agility. My colleagues, we know the future is very complex, and we have to come together as strong, wise, and responsible leaders in order to solve the problems of the future. And we don't only prepare Dubai for tomorrow, we prepare Dubai for every tomorrow. And we prepare all cities to be cognitive cities where the human is back into the center of our operation. And we invent the future, inshallah. Thank you so much.
شكرا لبلدية دبي وجامعة روتشستر على هذه المبادرة النوعية التي تمكن وتعد الأفراد لتصميم وبناء مدن جاهزة للمستقبل. تعد مرونة ورشاقة بلدية دبي جزءاً أساسياً من رحلتها نحو التميز والابتكار في العمل الحكومي، حيث تبنت أساليب عمل حديثة تعزز سرعة الاستجابة للمتغيرات وتمكن فرق العمل من تحقيق قيمة مضافة للإمارة. والآن سنشاهد معاً فيديو قصير يسلط الضوء على رحلة بلدية دبي في ترسيخ ثقافة المرونة والرشاقة المؤسسية.
منذ عام 1960 ودبي تخط طريقها نحو المستقبل برؤية تبدأ من الإنسان وتعود إليه. منذ التأسيس كانت بلدية دبي محرك الرشاقة في المدينة بفكر لا ينتظر التغيير بل يصنع. لتقدم اليوم 60% من خدمات المدينة باستباقية ومرونة تخدم الإنسان. برؤية استباقية وديناميكية تغتنم البلدية الفرص وتطور خدماتها وتتحرك بقرارات سريعة. خلال 3 سنوات فقط أنجزت أكثر من 700 مشروع، منها 120 ابتكاراً رائداً. بقيادة خدمية رشيقة محورها الإنسان، وبجاهزية إدارة الأزمات والطوارئ، حققت نسباً غير مسبوقة وصلت إلى 97%. ولأن السعادة تبدأ من بلدية دبي، حققنا مؤشرات ملهمة في سعادة المتعاملين، الشركاء والموظفين. بلدية دبي مستمرة في تحقيق إنجازات ملهمة منذ تأسيسها وحتى اليوم، لتبقى المرونة أسلوب عملها والابتكار لغة مستقبلها.
حضورنا الكريم، كتطبيق عملي لنهج الرشاقة والمرونة، يسرنا اليوم إطلاق مبادرة حاضنة الرشاقة المشتركة Gov to Agility Connect. هذه المبادرة التي تهدف إلى ترسيخ التكامل الحكومي، حيث ترمز Gov to إلى مضاعفة الأثر والقيمة، بينما Agility إلى استجابة سريعة واستباقية للتحديات والفرص المتجددة. أما Connect فكسر الحواجز الإدارية والتنظيمية بين الجهات الحكومية وتحقيق مبدأ الحكومة الواحدة. وعليه يشرفنا اليوم أن نشهد توقيع اتفاقيات لتطوير مجالات تحسين مهمة ومشتركة ضمن المرحلة الأولى من حاضنة الرشاقة لعدد 3 مجالات تحسين مهمة، وبشراكة مع 5 جهات حكومية. الآن مع الاتفاقية الأولى ستكون مع مؤسسة دبي للمستقبل بشأن مبادرات تجميل المدينة. عليه ندعو سعادة المدير العام لبلدية دبي المهندس مروان أحمد بن غليطة، وسعادة خلفان بالهول المدير التنفيذي لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل للتفضل على المنصة لبدء مراسم توقيع الاتفاقية. شكراً لسعادة خلفان بالهول المدير التنفيذي لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل، كما ندعو سعادة المدير العام لبلدية دبي للبقاء على المنصة. أما الآن مع الاتفاقية الثانية بعنوان بيانات المباني المتكاملة، ندعو سعادة مالك سلطان المالك مدير عام السلطة دبي للتطوير، وسعادة ناصر النيادي مدير عام مؤسسة الموانئ والجمارك والمنطقة الحرة، وسعادة محمد الزرعوني مدير عام سلطة دبي للمناطق الاقتصادية المتكاملة لصعود المنصة للمشاركة في مراسم التوقيع. ندعو سعادة المدير العام لبلدية دبي للبقاء على المنصة. نشكر جميع مدراء العموم السلطات التخطيطية على تعاونهم، شكرا جزيلا. الآن مع الاتفاقية الثالثة لمبادرة نوعية تجسد جهود بلدية دبي في حماية المجتمع وتعزيز الصحة العامة، وهي مبادرة الرصد المبكر لبيانات الأمراض المشتركة والمنقولة عبر آفات الصحة العامة. نتشرف بدعوة الدكتور يونس كاظم المدير التنفيذي لقطاع التنظيم الصحي في هيئة الصحة، فليتفضل مشكورا. نتريا شوي. شكرا جزيلا للدكتور يونس كاظم المدير التنفيذي لقطاع التنظيم الصحي في هيئة الصحة بدبي. شكرا. ضيوفنا الكرام، ننتقل الآن إلى إطلاق الذي ينقل العمل البلدي حرفيا من الأرض إلى السماء. بلدية دبي لا تكتفي اليوم بالإعلان عن رؤية مستقبلية، بل عن بدء التشغيل الفعلي لتوظيف الطائرات بدون طيار وتقنياتها المتقدمة في صميم عملياتها الميدانية والرقابية والتشغيلية. ندعو سعادة راشد حمدان بن خادم النعيمي رئيس مجلس إدارة عنان السماء UAV لصناعة الطائرات التحكم عن بعد للتفضل المنصة لتوقيع مذكرة التفاهم. شكرا لسعادة رئيس مجلس إدارة عنان السماء لصناعة طائرات التحكم عن بعد، وشكرا لسعادة المدير العام لبلدية دبي. بهذا التوقيع لا نكون قد أبرمنا شراكة جديدة فحسب، بل نكون قد أطلقنا عمليا الجيل القادم من العمل البلدي الذكي والمستدام في سماء دبي. شكرا جزيلا. كان معكم محدثكم أحمد ناجي.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. If you kindly can take your seats, we will start the next session soon. So we will start in 2 minutes. Thank you so much. هني. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everybody to Urban Future Week. We will now be starting our next session. Thank you to our attendance. And my name is Aysel Habib. I'm going to be your MC for the rest of the day. And our first session. So for our first session, we have a panel titled Institutional Agility for Future Cities, which will be in English. So as we get ready for our next session, please join me in welcoming. We'll start with our moderator first. So please join me in welcoming our moderator, Fatma Al-Khayyat, CEO and co-founder of Arkat, and our panelists, Engineer Mohammed Rashid Al-Dhanhani, Director of Corporate Risk and Business Continuity at Dubai Municipality, Dr. Hiba Shahada, Foresight Lead at Dubai Future Foundation, and Dr. Saoud Al-Gar'an, Advisor at Dubai Resilience Center. Please welcome them all on stage as we start our first session. Thank you.
صباح الخير. Good morning, everyone. Are we ready to start? So when we talk about urban planning and city planning, a lot of times the focus is on the infrastructure or the built environment. And it's not, when we talk about urban planning, it's not really only about the design solutions, or where we place programs and functioning, but instead it's about how we run our cities on a day-to-day basis. So in Dubai's context, when we talk about agility, we talk about city systems or urban systems that are actually adaptable and learning and able to sense change, decide quickly, and deliver seamlessly across agencies. Always measured, which I think is a very important aspect, always measured by what people feel on their daily life. So with that lens, let's connect design intent to day-to-day operations, risk and continuity, destination management, resilience, and the culture that empowers frontline teams, and explore how operational agility actually becomes real for residents and visitors. So let's ground agility in what residents actually feel on a day-to-day, and I'll point the question to you, Engineer Mohammed. So from a resident's perspective, where is operational resilience most felt, and how do people notice it? Is it through no disruption or clear communication? What is it based on your experience?
First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity today. If we can say how people felt the agility in any disruption or any normal situation, there's difference between two situations. If we will talk first of all about the normal situations, of course, people will felt about a lot of municipal services if it's done in a proper way or not in a proper way, such as waste management, public facility management, even sewage management, etc., etc. But if we will talk about the abnormal situation or the emergency situation, people will felt on different aspects as per their priorities. Like, for example, if we will talk about the rain events, people will felt that they need to the rain accumulated area need to be taken as ASAP instead of collecting the waste on that time. So it's different between the normal situation and the abnormal situation. So in Dubai municipality, we took the customer interactions on to consider even in a normal situation or an abnormal situation, and we try to be agile in both situations and take the priorities into consider how we can serve people and give the society their needs in the normal situations or in the abnormal situations.
And when we talk about, we've spoken about where resilience is felt today. So let's connect how Dubai thinks ahead. So Dr. Hiba, from your perspective, what mechanisms best connect futures thinking and to the daily work of regulators, municipalities, and operators, so residents actually experience the benefits of, Dubai future vision rather than just hearing about it?
Thank you so much for that. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm going to go back to the root. So the title of the session is Institutional Agility and Future Cities. And so I think of it from a three-pronged perspective. The first one is we have to remember that we're talking about institutions, government and public service institutions who are there to deliver essential services, they're there to implement the law, they're there to manage resources. So at the end of the day, we need to think about who are users and who is at the front end, which, as you mentioned, are the residents of a city, and in our case, the residents of Dubai. But then we think about future cities. Now, if you think of future cities at the most basic level, and we have heard this many times before, in 1970s, a third of the global population was living in cities. Today, just over 50% or so live in cities. In 2050, we're going to have nearly 70% of people, of the world's population, living in cities. So automatically, you're going to have cities that have a much higher population, and we need to think of that today and think about what kind of housing would they want, what kind of those public services that I just mentioned would they be looking for. Now, the third element is the aspect of agility. And so, I'm really for definitions. I love standardizing definitions. And just for all of us to agree on those definitions, in our mind, agility is about the ability to innovate, the ability to adapt, the ability to respond to residents' needs and changing needs. So now try to link the three together. So I'm talking about government public services, which is delivering on essential services. I'm talking about future of cities, which are going to be more populated. We all hear about the megatrends and the trends that are influencing the future of cities, but also we have a sense of agency here in Dubai in shaping that future of cities. So it's not just about greening and AI and co-creation, but it's also about what kind of city do we want to build for the residents. And as a result, you build through those three pillars a mechanism by which you make decisions accordingly as to A, do I know what my residents' needs are? And B, how do I respond to them? You don't want to be responding to noise. You want to be responding to signals that actually matter to your view of the future and to how you envision the future city. So maybe if we are saying that these are the three things and we're saying the future is the kind of city we want is smart, is one that is personalized, is one that is delivering on the needs of the residents and future needs, then maybe they feel it by not feeling it. Maybe it just is, yeah? Maybe it's not in the tangible form, maybe it's something beyond. And I think we're gonna talk about that in the second question, yeah.
Thank you for that answer. And then, going back to the argument around resilience, which is a very important conversation under, institutional agility. Resilience is strongest when it actually moves beyond just risk avoidance, right? To produce healthier, calmer, and more comfortable neighborhoods. So beyond thinking about just preventing disruption, Dr. Saoud, how can routine operations shift us from sustainability to regeneration? What measure would you scale to so a community tangibly experiences cooler walks, safer routes, better public spaces?
Thank you, Hiba. Good morning, everybody, and allow me to switch in Arabic, since the majority of the audience, they are speaking Arabic. And there will be translation for anybody who don't understand. عندما نتحدث عن المرونة في البداية، التعريف المتفق عليه بين معظم الممارسين لهالموضوع هذا اللي هو الاستعداد للتعامل مع الصدمات، سواء هاي كانت صدمات ذات منشأ طبيعي أو بصنع الإنسان أو متجددة. وهذا تعريف يعني صحيح إلى حد كبير، لكن القوة الحقيقية ما بتكمن فقط في تجنبنا للمخاطر، لكن في بناء مدن أكثر صحية وأكثر هدوء وأكثر صداقة للإنسان وللمتعامل معها. لازم المرونة نشعر فيها قبل ما أنه نكتبها كاستراتيجيات موجودة في المكاتب. لازم كل شخص، كل فرد في المجتمع ما يشعر أنه هو مستفيد بقدر ما يشعر أنه هو شريك في بناء هالمرونة هاي. فإنه نجعل الأشخاص يشعروا بالمرونة هاي وأنهم جزء منها وجزء في تشكيلها في المستقبل، بعتقد أنه هذا هو التحدي. وهون راح أعطي بعض الأمثلة، ولحسن الحظ معظم الأمثلة المثالية اللي ممكن نضعها هنا موجودة في دبي. فمثلا من الإجراءات اللي ممكن إحنا نراهن عليها ونعملها generalization أو تعميم في أكثر من منطقة، اللي هي وجود الممرات الباردة وشبكات التضليل الحضرية أو ما يعرف بالكول كوريدورز والإيربان شيد نتورك. تخيلي بس إنه أنت في دبي تطلع من مكان سكنك أو مكان عملك لمحطة المترو أو لأي مكان بدك إياه، وتكون المنطقة أو الممر اللي أنت بتمر فيه هاي منطقة مظللة. احنا بنعرف بأنه التضليل، الأسطح العاكسة، أنظمة الري الذكية بتخفف من درجة الحرارة من 5 ل 8 درجات حسب الإحصاءات الصحيحة، وهذا اللي احنا بنحتاجه في دبي كمدينة ذات درجات حرارة عالية. هذا حقيقة بيحدث في دبي بشكل كثير واضح في مدينة إكسبو. يعني معظم الممرات هي مظللة وصديقة للبيئة وعاكسة بدرجة ممتازة، وبالتالي هذا تخيل انه نعمل هالممارسة هاي من إكسبو للجميرة مثلا. تخيل قديش انه بينعكس هذا على المواطنين وعلى المدينة. ايضا وجود بنية تحتية زرقاء وخضراء للاستخدام المدني او ما يعرف بالبلو جرين انفراستراكشر فور افري داي يوز. كمان أنظمة صرف المياه للأمطار في أثناء الفيضانات المفاجئة اللي احنا صرنا نتعود عليها في أكثر من مرة من السنة، إنه هاي ممكن يكون لها استخدام مزدوج، إنها تخلصنا من الأمطار لكن بنفس الوقت إنه نستخدمها في تجميل المدينة أو في إنشاء مرافق صديقة للبيئة. شبكات تنقل آمنة أيضا هاي من الإجراءات اللي ممكن إحنا نراهن عليها. إحنا عارفين بأنه إذا بتكون وسائل المواصلات صديقة للبيئة وصديقة للإنسان، هذا بيشجع الناس أنهم يستخدموا المواصلات العامة بشكل أفضل، وبالتالي إحنا بنقلل من اعتماديتنا على السيارات مثلا الخاصة، وهذا بينعكس على البيئة. وهكذا دواليك هذا إجراء ممكن أنه نستفيد منه. مشاريع الترميم المجتمعية الصغيرة أو ما يعرف بالكوميونتي مايكرو ريستوريشن بروجكت، وهذا بجوز شفنا الأسبوع الماضي أنا والمهندس محمد لما كنا في حتى شفنا كثير من المشاريع اللي بتبلش على مستوى فردي أو على مستوى أسري، وتكاملها مع بعضها البعض بينعكس على جمالية المدينة وعلى صداقتها للبيئة. يعني هاي هي بعض الإجراءات اللي ممكن احنا نراهن عليها في دبي ونعممها، وبالتالي يكون لها تأثير كبير في تعزيز المرونة.
شكرا دكتور سعود. Now, we spoke about agility and where it's felt today. I think it's important to highlight as well how institutions make that possible under pressure. So, Engineer Mohammed, can you share one example where coordinated risk and continuity planning across entities enabled Dubai to respond quickly and calmly to stress, whether it was an event, weather incident, or system strain?
Before I share that example, I want to just say why we are doing that, and why we are going for the agility and resilience. And I'll give you a quick example. A few years ago, nobody of us thought that all the government services will be on his mobile phone. But today, we are sitting here, any one of us may be sitting now, and he's renewing his passport. He's doing any of the government services. Nobody can thought about it. Even maybe 20 years ago, nobody thought that there will be a smartphone. There will be a colored phone even. So today, the agility and resilience is not just a privilege that we are talking about it, and it's something in addition to our normal work. If we want to success and survive in the next few years, I think we should have the agility and the resilience as part of our normal new job, as part of the new normal days, to give us the adaptability and the flexibility to deal with any changes that might happen in any time. The last few years, we face a lot of different changes, and it happens directly to us without preparing. So we should take into consider now to start preparing an agile plans, and agile projects, and agile facilities even, and take it into consider in all our normal works and all our services to give us the ability to adapt with any changes might happen to us in the nearest future or in the far future. And if I will give you a real example about an agility of dealing with abnormal situation, I'll go back to April 2024 when the heavy rain events we face it here in the Emirates of Dubai. So we have a plans to deal with any rain events that we may happen. But what happened in Dubai is the most heaviest rain Dubai faced in the maybe the indicates. So we have the plans, but we need now to start change the plan directly to adapt with what happened exactly in the real situation. I remember on that time we add 9 additional plans to the new plans that we to the normal plans that we have it to deal with the rain events directly, to give us the opportunity to adaptive of what exactly we face in the Emirates of Dubai, and to start recovery as fast as we can. And I think 2 days after the rain events, all the world start to talk about Dubai success story of dealing with the heaviest rain that the Emirates of Dubai faced on that time. So the most important thing in that time is that you have all plans, but it should be flexible to deal with any changes. There's maybe four things that give us the success of that time. The first thing, the flexible plans that we have it. The second thing, the experience of the teams that we have it also on the ground. You should have an experienced people and a flexible people who can adapt with any changes that might happen in the in any time, in the daytime, the nighttime, in any situations. The third thing, the corporate with the government entities. This is very important thing, and we have here in the Emirates of Dubai, the Supreme Committee of Emergency, Crisis and Disaster, and which is also led by Sheikh Mansour bin Mohammed bin Rashid, and the membership of the Director Generals of the government entities. And one of the most important things that give us the opportunity to success and survive from that heaviest rain is the cooperation that we saw it between the all government entity on that time. The fourth thing, and one of the important thing, is the society engagement with any matter happen in the Emirates of Dubai. And the society engagement cannot be success without rising the culture of the society. And we are proud here. We have a very rising culture in the Emirates of Dubai who can cooperate with the government entities in any matters.
Is there any specific mechanism that you guys use in involving the community?
To be honest with you, we have a lot of awareness initiatives in all government entities and in Dubai municipalities. And it's not only awareness initiatives. Now recently we start to engage the society with the Dubai municipality to plan the city also. Just we heard about that a few minutes ago by His Excellency Director General of Dubai Municipality, when he announced that we are now initiating some new initiatives for society engagement with the government. So when society start feeling that they are engaging with the government of building the city, of course this will rise the culture with them and the awareness with them of dealing with any abnormal situation.
Absolutely, and I love that you interweave that aspect into it. So going back to you, Dr. Hiba, agile governance also means being brave enough to test and scale new models, right? Not just optimize old ones. So if Dubai is to set rather than follow global standards, what is one practical step you would like to see in institutions take to test them, learn and scale new models of governance or service delivery?
Thank you. Firstly, I want to build on Engineer Mohammed's point, which is, being agile is responding at time of crisis and making sure that you have all the setup and the experience necessary to respond to it swiftly, to respond to it with experience, and then to think about what to do next. From our perspective, it's about also preparing for such events and maybe, reducing the probability of such events of happening if we can. But it's also about co-creating, collaborating with this community, not only the local community, but also the global communities about what that means. And that is essential and is the heart of the Dubai Future Foundation. So that is already something that we work on. We are essentially piloting and working on many things. Like, as you know, we have an accelerator program, we have the Dubai Center for AI, so we have set a precedent, I would say, in exploring the future and running with pilots. And in all our publications and all of our research and foresight work that we do, we're always thinking about what if questions and imagining what kind of futures we would have. So I wouldn't say that there's one thing that I would necessarily want to pilot. It's essentially our soul. That's what we do at the Dubai Future Foundation. But one of the things that has been catching our attention is how do you repurpose assets instead of rebuilding new assets and building new infrastructure. And maybe, and there's a lot of research and experience that shows that repurposing assets could potentially even be better for economy and also for well-being as well, as opposed to just tearing everything down and rebuilding. So it's an interesting take, but again, essentially piloting is what we do. But maybe what is more interesting to us is we tend to talk about the future and what it means to be prepared for the future. And we find the human and the resident, again, like Engineer Mohammed and my colleague was saying, is that the human is central to all of that. So one of the ideas that we were thinking of is, what if cities were all designed around true prosperity and a life well lived for the residents of Dubai. So recognizing the opportunities to earn, the opportunities to save, the opportunities to grow, the opportunities to take care of others, the opportunity to care for others. So what if we designed cities and prepared for the future around all of that? So we prepare for potential floods by putting the human in the middle and saying, how would that affect their ability to recognize opportunities and go after them? So that was one of our thoughts as well.
I have to say that's brilliant, honestly. And finally, future-ready governance depends on foresight, reaching the front lines, not staying in strategy deck. How do we embed resilience and foresight into everyday decisions, maintenance, mobility, public space management, so frontline teams are not just reacting to incidents, but acting on shared scenarios, data and protocols that keep the city ahead?
Thank you. شكرا فاطمة. سؤال مهم جدا. يعني لما بنحكي عن الحوكمة المستعدة للمستقبل لازم تصل الاستشرافية عندنا للخطوط الأمامية، لازم الكل يكون ممارس لها الاستشرافية هاي. ما مفروض أنه تكون حبيسة الأدراج الاستراتيجيات تبعتنا. يعني إننا عارفين أنه اختبار الاستراتيجيات ما بيكون في قاعات الاجتماعات ولا في المكاتب، وراح يكون في شوارعنا، في بيوتنا، في مؤسساتنا، في كيف بنتصرف، ويجب ترجمتها على مختلف المستويات. يعني هون ممكن أنا أحكي عن أكثر من محور في الموضوع هذا. يعني ممكن نحكي عن التحول في العقلية اللي هي الشيفت ان مايند سيت، وهذا اللي احنا حاليا عمالنا بنشتغلوا بالمركز اللي انا بشتغل فيه، مركز دبي للمرونه، انه نخلي هذا النهج موجود عندنا في العقليه، في الدي ان اي تبعت مؤسساتنا، في التنظيم من خلال الانظمه، يعني embedding through systems. وهون بنشوف يعني لما دائره الارصاد الجويه مثلا بتصدر تحذير من حالة جوية معينة، نجد بأنه البلدية مش فقط تستجيب عمالها بفرقها، عمالها بتمارس عملها بناء على رؤية استشرافية مستقبلية مسبقة، وبيكون تعاملها مع المواضيع هذه أسهل عليها لأنها استشرفت الموضوع قبل هيك. نفس الشيء لما بنشوف الار تي اي كيف بيتصرفوا وبيتعاملوا مع الخطر هذا أو التهديد. نفس الموضوع بالنسبة لمركز دبي للمرونة. وأيضا ممكن أنه نحكي عن الترسيخ من خلال التعليم embedding through practices and learning. وهنا احنا بنشوف بأنه بنركز في دبي على موضوع التدريبات المشتركة والتمارين بين جميع المؤسسات اللي معنية في الاستجابة للتحديات هاي بشكل مكثف، والتعب اللي بيتعبوه أثناء هاي التمارين والسيناريوهات اللي بيعملوها أكيد بياخذوا نتيجته لما بيكون الخطر هذا حقيقي وبدنا نواجهه. لكن زي ما أضافوا زملائي بأنه محور هالموضوع هذا كلياته هو العنصر البشري. يعني دبي ما كانت قادرة على أنها تصل لهالحد هذا من التميز من خبراء خارجيين أو من أجهزة وأنظمة لو ما كان عندها العنصر البشري اللي استثمرت فيه من البداية. فباعتقادي بأنه محور العنصر البشري والاستثمار فيه هذا إشي مهم جدا مفروض ننتبه له.
شكرا Dr. Saroud. I'm going to end the panel with one question to clarify on what potential next steps we could take in terms of institutional agility. And so if we were to imagine Dubai 5 to 10 years from now as the global benchmark for agile, specifically human-centered governance, what is one bold practice you would like to see us build together? And which partners or communities would you invite in the room to help shape and own it? Would you like to go first?
I don't know if there's anything new as opposed to we continue to do what we're doing. At least from our perspective, imagining futures, unpacking complex futures, being able to communicate that both with our local and global stakeholders in a way that resonates with them, in a way that again goes back to the core, which is what does a truly prosperous and well-lived life look like and be like, and how can government institutions and those delivering public services do that. I think if we can continue doing that, collaborating with sectors, collaborating across disciplines, because the future is not, a one-color thing. It is multiple players, multi-level of society, residents and government institutions and private sector and civil society. So I think continuing to do that, preparing the future and being courageous about it and asking the questions that we are typically not comfortable asking is the way forward. Yeah.
يعني لو كانت هناك ممارسة واحدة ممكن أني أركز عليها وأيدها، هي أنه ترسيخ الاستشراف في جوهر الحكومة، في الدي ان اي تبع الحكومة لدبي. يعني كل إدارة ما تكتفي بأنها تستجيب للتغيير هذا، لا تكون هي مستعدة ومتوقعة لها الاستشراف هذا. وإحنا بنؤمن في مركز دبي للمرونة بأنه الاستشراف مفروض يكون امبيدد في حتى في قراراتنا وممارساتنا اليومية، بدءا من التخطيط للبنية التحتية وصولا لكيفية أنه نخدم الناس. فهي هي الممارسة اللي بحب أني أركز عليها.
From my side, I think what I said at the previous is to make the agility and resilience part of our normal situations, not just an addition to our plans. So we should have from now on an agile projects. We should have an agile plans, an agile working procedures, normal working procedures to deal with it and to have and to reach the city of Dubai as a most agility city in the world.
Great, thank you so much. I think I just want to recap by saying thank you for sharing your insights. I think it's always really important to hear the different layers in terms of what makes successful urban governance systems, right? Because it's like you were saying, Dr. Hiba, it is very multi-layered. You have a lot of roles. There are many key role players that come to contribute to make a city actually quite successful. And agility is quite important to take into consideration, and of course also responding back to that human essence and taking humans, taking us, the end users, into consideration. So thank you.
Thank you all for sharing your insights on how institutions can constantly adapt to lead an era and a global change. How's everybody feeling? Good? We're only getting started. It's going to be an exciting other sessions we have today, so please stay tuned. Again, welcome to Urban Future Week, where we'll have some amazing, insightful sessions coming up. Now, we move on to our next session, which is a keynote. This keynote will explore the evolution in urban landscape, how cities are evolving beyond smart cities to cognitive ones. Please welcome Yusuf Khalili, the Global Chief Business Transformation Officer and CEO MEA at Quant AI, to deliver his keynote. Please welcome him on stage. Thank you. Okay, guys, we're looking for Yusuf Khalili to find him on stage. If anybody finds Yusuf Khalili here, please alert us, as we have a missing person who should be giving our keynotes right now. So we have a missing person. Please help us to find the Yusuf Khalili. Thank you. Let's see. For each person. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short 15-minute break and resume our sessions right after. Thank you so much for your patience. So have a break, network, there's some coffee, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. We're a bit early, yeah.
So he's coming.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. We'll take a break and then we'll see. Okay. My friend, the mic is still on. test. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our next session in 5 minutes. Please make your way and sit down and take your seats, please. We have a very exciting session coming up. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to Urban Future Week. Just a kind reminder, we will be starting our next session in 5 minutes. Please make your way to the main stage as we are about to start our next session. Thank you so much. وضع المايك. Good morning again, everybody. Welcome back. Hope that was a good break, some coffee in the system. We now move on to a keynote address that explores the evolution in urban landscape, how cities are evolving beyond smart cities to cognitive ones. Please welcome on stage Yusuf Khalili, the Global Chief Business Transformation Officer and CEO MEA at Quant AI, to deliver his keynote. Thank you so much.
Good morning, still morning. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. So, I was really thrilled to be part of this event. This is a moment of pride for me, and a quite emotional one, because back in the days I was honored to be part of the drive for Dubai to transform from a traditional to smart city, and I was privileged to work here with many of colleagues and friends that shaped this city, including in Dubai municipality. So thank you for the invitation. My name is Yusuf Khalili. I'm the Global Transformation Officer for Quant. Quant is an agentic AI company, and I'm going to talk a little bit what's agentic AI and why agentic AI is really the future for cities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment of a paradigm shift. The paradigm shift that's happening today is where technology, AI, and specifically two technologies I want to talk about today, agentic AI and the Internet of Agents, are actually going to take us from what we have currently as a more of a reactive approach to city urbanization into a proactive urban intelligence, reactive urban intelligence. And this is the big difference I want to take you through. So let's face it, today our cities are failing us in many ways. Traffic congestions, air pollution, energy challenges all around. And why is this? This is happening because we have a situation where no match between demand and supply, but also a fundamental technology problem. And this technology problem is that we are pretty much around history. We look at data, siloed data, but we look at data from historical sources. And as we move to smart, we try to bring data into real time. Now, this is good. This is a good development, but it's not solving the problem. So what are smart cities? Dubai obviously has been leading the pack in the region around being a smart city. And as I said, the efforts for Digital Dubai and what used to be the Smart Dubai office and all the organizations within Dubai are second to none in this part of the world and at a global scale. But smart cities fundamentally have a problem. And a problem is that the data silos prevent cities from sharing it when it's needed. And in a smart city, you have two components. You have the ICT infrastructure, and then you have sensors, what we call Internet of Things, IoT. You must have heard about IoT many times. Now, what happens? You walk into a door, a sensor receives you through biometrics or through video, and then the door recognizes you through the biometrics, and then it opens. And then as you walk through, you're being recognized, and as you do things, the sensors will find out your car or parking and so on. This is cool, this is good. But what's the problem with that? That you need the data to be shared live. And if my friend Yunus Al Nasser, who heads the Dubai Data Establishment, was here, he would tell you how hard it is, even within one entity, even within government, to be able to get the data in real time, to be able to act on this promise. So the impact is that this integration doesn't happen in real time, and this fails cities. And many smart city initiatives has failed because the data couldn't be brought into a real-time situation. Okay, so what's the future? So here I want to talk to you about two key technologies, agentic AI, the Internet of Agents, and agentic AI. So what is this concept? Artificial intelligence systems that act in an autonomous way. This is not your generative AI today. Many initiatives that cities implemented based on generative AI are mere chatbots, are mere frequently asked questions. So they say, okay, oh, we launched a chat agent that can talk to you and tell you this, or another agent. The truth is they remain generative. What agentic is about the ability to stand up digital humans. These are digital employees who can act autonomously. They can act without guidance, they can act without training, but they act with responsibility and within guardrails and with no hallucination. This is fundamentally different from generative AI, and many, up to 90%, a recent McKinsey report was suggesting up to 90% of use cases that were implemented used on generative AI has failed. Why? Because it failed to prove that it actually moves the needle. While when you implement agentic AI and you have different agents who are responsible for different tasks working together, it's totally different. And the second concept I want to talk about is the concept of the Internet of Things. And the Internet of Things is where all those agents talk together and they start to collaborate. And here, why is this important, the Internet of Agents? Because think of the Internet of today, how we share information. Tomorrow, imagine Dubai municipality having 10 or 20 or 100 agents working just for the municipality. These are digital workers. These are people who are surveying sites. These are digital beings that are evaluating certain progress and so on. That's great. But then what about Dubai Police? What about the land department? What about RTA? Now, all these interactions, all of them, they will have their own agents. They should communicate seamlessly, right? But how? What's the protocol that allows digital agents to talk to each other? Now, when I talk to you, we use the human language and we meet physically or virtually. But agents can't do that on their own. There must be an architecture, a collaboration framework that would allow those agents to talk to each other. Now, if you want to talk about agents within the same department or organization, it's a homogeneous environment. So they're allowed because you can just give them permission and you can give them the power to do that. But if you are in a heterogeneous environment where there are different organizations attempting to enable or unleash the potential of those agents to talk to each other, you would want that collaboration framework. And by having this collaboration framework, we ensure this cross-platform communication. So, agentic AI, which is the ability to stand up your own bunch of digital humans who can do the work with your employees, not to replace your employees. Maybe in the future, some of those jobs will be replaced. I'm an advocate that actually humans have been enslaved with certain jobs that do not need the human cognition. Tell me, when was the last time a call center agent walked back home and said, "Hi, honey, I've had a wonderful day. Just 100 people shouted at me today." It doesn't happen. It's a bad job. You're stressed. Yani, Rabb al-Alameen created us to do different things. So I am actually an advocate that there are certain repetitive jobs that do not warrant humans. And I want to see these jobs automated and pushed into agents. But agents fundamentally will help us to become better, to become more productive, especially if we allow them the right access, the ability to be autonomous, and to talk to each other. Now, this is a proposed architecture for what an integrated agent ecosystem would look like. So, imagine with me, just like at work, you have the boss, you have the director of the department, and then you have multiple people like managers, and then you have workers and co-workers. The same way would happen. For this to work, you would want to have the master agent, the orchestrator. This is the agent that tells all the agents how they should work together, whether they are, setting independent goals, strategies, understanding the behavior, going out, fetching information, looking at certain questions, looking at certain tasks. They all should work in tandem. And working in tandem means that they work under a master agent. Now, those autonomous agents, they have the ability to download knowledge base and to understand workflows and then act autonomously. Remember this word. If somebody comes to you and say, "I'm going to sell you an agentic solution," ask them, Does it work autonomously? 2, can you guarantee zero hallucination? Are there enough guardrails there for me as a government or as an enterprise to guarantee that this digital worker won't just go and do whatever they wish to do? And thirdly, do they have the ability to learn and continue to develop and learn from their mistakes, just like humans do? So as we do cognition as humans, we have what we call those lambda functions that come into our brain. They're analyzed, and then they're judged, and then there is a reasoning. So the fourth question you need to ask, do they have a reasoning capability, just like humans do? Now, if we do that, those specialized agents could really do the job. And there are multiple agents in the context of urban cognitive development. So think of traffic agents, air pollution agents, think of transportation agents, and so on. So I'm going to take you through some of those use cases. But basically, if you think of 3 or 4 of those, from a traffic congestion agent, this is an agent that would work to eliminate traffic before it happens. This is to eliminate traffic before it happens. It's not to respond to traffic after it happened. If there's an energy consumption agent, this is an agent that will predict supply and demand and tell users when they should charge their EV vehicles or when is the best way for the grid to self-optimize, and so on. If there's a certain pandemic like we had in COVID or certain resilience issue in the city, and there is a panel around resilience later, those agents would be there to measure instantaneously before the event happens and then inform all the squad how they should react. And I'm going to share with you some of the details. But the general promise is that through agentic AI, we are able to have a proactive urban intelligence. Now, this is the era. This is not a future. The technology exists today. We need a governance model. We need the data to be shared, but the technology exists today. And it's about proactiveness, not reactivity. Okay, so let's go into some use cases. I spoke about traffic. We all face traffic issues. Actually, I was happy to see that Dubai is not ranked among the top 5, but still we have traffic issues that happen in this wonderful city that I call home for 30 plus years, although now for the last years I've been working in New York. But today, let's imagine together, there is multiple agents that are there. There is the master agent, there is a traffic management agent, there is a public transportation agent, and there is an emergency services agent. They are working in tandem. Remember, they're all connected. They are allowed and enabled through the IoT protocol to talk to each other and to take actions together without human intervention. Now, the proactive congestion prevention agent will constantly adjust traffic light patterns and suggest alternate routes to navigation apps before congestion forms. The public transportation coordination agent, who is in touch with the proactive congestion prevention agent, will coordinate with the transportation authorities how to optimize bus routes, metro routes, schedules to prevent bottlenecks. And then the emergency response integration, as you could see, would actually, when accidents, for instance, or blockages happen, would work with the emergency services agents to dispatch. Now, imagine 10 other agents that are dedicated to solve this problem. Wouldn't our life be better? Now, compare it with what happens today. We have wonderful response on time. You call 911, everybody, rushes to the situation. But it's always after the event. Think of one situation where things have been predicted. Now technologies exist on Google Maps or Waze. You could see that congestion is piling up. But a human today needs to intervene. I want this to be an agent that talks to the rest of the agents so that they coordinate this situation. And then the second use case is around energy systems. Today, forecasting demand and supply happens through humans. The truth is, if there was an agent could anticipate demand spikes days in advance, and through constant dialogue with other agents via the Internet of Agents. And then a building coordinator could, collaborate with the building management agent to pre-cool structures gradually during peak hours, and could actually trigger that before the need arises. So pre-cool it, not cool it after it heats, pre-cool it. And then the EV charging agent, for instance, could coordinate with the traffic agent to make sure that all electric vehicle owners are charging at optimal times so that they don't overload the grid. And the last one is where citizen engagement. Now there is an agent that's responsible for communication, making sure that there's always communication through your mobile app or WhatsApp, that you should know where to go, where not to go, when to charge, when not to charge. Today, it's a mere SMS we get seldomly, if any, right? Imagine with me a squad of agents working towards that situation, how life would be much better, and not reactively, but proactively. The third use case is around managing a pandemic. We all lived the ugly days of COVID, and we know that things could have been avoided. Now imagine there is a master agent that works with multiple agents in the health systems, in pharmacies, that can predict spike in certain medicine purchases. So immediately that agent will analyze that there is something different happening here. There is a spike in buying certain, antiviral medicines or certain shots. And then this public information agent will launch targeted awareness campaigns to inform the citizens that they should watch out. They will coordinate with a transportation agent to make sure that there is certain evacuation or they don't clutter together. And the urban planning agent would actually, make sure that there are certain areas that are ring-fenced and so on. When they work together, there's an early detection capability that can be unleashed. And by the way, who knows when is the next pandemic? And if any city should be ready for that, it is this lovely city. Finally, another example around natural disasters. We all had the flood in Dubai a year ago, was it? A year or 2 years ago. And the truth is, think of reactive versus proactive. If you had the right sensors in place and the right data, you would have unleashed response. But I'm pitching for something way better, which is if we had a weather and environment agent working together with the rest of the agent, the agent for the weather could actually predict the potential flood zones and storms days in advance and could work in a coordinated response with an emergency response agent or with an economic agent or infrastructure agent to optimize plans and evacuation. So I think the idea is clear. Dubai, many other cities deserve an agentic layer collaboration framework. It's time. The technology exists. Dubai Municipality, RTA, Dubai Land, Health Services, Dubai Police, all of these organizations, they need to have their own agentic framework, their own set of agents, and an Internet of Agents protocol, maybe enabled through my friend Matar from the Digital Dubai team, should enable all of these agents to talk to each other and take preventative, proactive measures towards, urban intelligence. Thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue. And anybody who wants to reach out to me, please email me at yusuf.khalili@quant.ai. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yusuf, for that. How are you guys feeling? Good? Can I get a thumbs up if you want to continue? We have a lot of thumbs up. Okay, amazing. All right, we're going to start our next session very soon. Please allow me a few minutes, and then I will come and announce the next speakers. Thank you so much. Oh, nice to meet you. Like Diamond. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. We will now be starting our next session. We have a lot of interesting discussions left today, so please stay tuned. And for our next panel, it is titled Amid Global Shifts, which will be in English. It will explore how design and innovation can guide cities through change on a global scale. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mulla, CEO and co-founder of Arkat, along with our panelists, Dr. George Kashami, the director of CRID at the School of Architecture and Design at the American University of Dubai, Ross Lovegrove, industrial designer, Yasser Ahmed, vice president of digital energy at Schneider Electric Gulf Countries, and Ahmed Bukhash, the founder of Arc Identity. Please welcome them all on stage. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahmed Al Mulla. I'm co-founder and CEO of ARCAT Urban Planning Design. It's my pleasure to be here. And before we kick off, I just want to thank the Dubai Future Museum, Dubai Municipality, for this lovely opportunity to have us and host us and have this wonderful conversation. So welcome to Amid Global Shifts. Today, we're looking for practical ways to turn forces like technology, climate, and culture into real design and operational outcomes in Dubai. We'll keep it grounded, what works now, what to pilot next, and how to scale it. Of course, I'm joined by an exceptional group bringing complementary perspectives across energy and decarbonization, future mobility, culturally grounded architecture, and applied research and emerging technologies. So let's get straight into it. I'm going to start this question to Yasser. Cutting energy waste fast. As we know, most emissions and operating costs sit in buildings that already exist. The fastest wins often do not require major capex. However, they require visibility, accountability, and just simple rule change. So my question to you, Yasser, is if Dubai stakeholders asked you to demonstrate a meaningful reduction in building energy use in just 2 to 3 months, where would you start and what metric would be at the top of the dashboard to prove progress?
Thank you so much, Ahmed. In fact, that's a very important topic, especially on these days. I always say that efficiency starts by digital. So if you want to improve something, you have to measure it first. But let me share with you a little bit of a bigger perspective on this. Let's ask the big question of why. Why we need to decarbonize building before anything else. Right. In fact, there are 3 main reasons why we must decarbonize buildings, and we must decarbonize it now. The first reason is climate reason. Buildings account for 37% of the global carbon emission worldwide. And in our region, we are not far from this ratio. So we are in the near 30s in our region as well. So we need to move, and we need to move fast if we are serious about net zero future before 2050. The second reason is purely financial. So all these assets can become very quickly a liability if they fail to decarbonize. Because when you look at how it's seen, the stranded asset term that is usually utilized in the capital markets, when they explain how they see these buildings asset, can lose very quickly its value and not deliver the outcomes if we fail to decarbonize it and decarbonize it fast. The third reason is purely a regulatory reason. We have here in UAE and in Dubai accelerated this mandate. We look at the carbon decree number 11. We look at the new Dubai municipality new build design codes. All this regulatory pressure are also demanding for new ways of thinking on how we design and how we operate building. Now, your question was mainly around the existing building stock. Yeah. In fact, the life cycle of buildings that spans probably 50, 60 years has 2 main facets. The first one is the carbon emission that is related to the design phase of this building. This is roughly 30%. Here we're talking about material, about construction work, about all the handover type
before the building is operating.
Before the building is operating. That's 30%. But fast forward across the other 40 years or 50 years, this is where 70% of the carbon emission resides. Part of this emission will be related to energy. Part of this emission also will be related to how we supply electricity and supply energy at large in these buildings. So here, efficiency is key to fast forward this. There are 3 levels of intervention if we want to decarbonize building. The low-hanging fruit resides where we empower buildings with technology that is very simple, very fast in terms of ROI, and can unlock a lot of efficiencies. Just imagine if we're able to measure. We always say that you cannot improve what you cannot measure, right? So with the basic sensing technology that can go directly, even today, in a hall like this is a very futuristic building, this is very well-maintained building, but there are plenty of buildings around us. Sensing technology can go live in form of weeks and immediately 5% of saving just by monitoring what's happening there.
And these are low cost.
Very low cost, very fast time to market, and very low hanging fruit. The ROI is quite significant here. Again, this is not the only solution. Now, we talked in the previous session around digital and AI. Automation and AI and digital technology can supplement this. And I can tell you today, most of our buildings are not short in data. It's just sitting there in silos that is not captured, not monitored, not optimized. So using automation and digital technology, including AI, is another 40% of saving that is sitting there untapped potential. So we're talking almost around 50% or 45% by very light intervention. And I will bring to the screen here this waterfall that will show you exactly what we can do with this. So this light intervention scenario is in fact a very much low-hanging fruit for us. Yeah. So this waterfall tells you measuring 5%, automation is around 40%, plus AI, of course. But then we can go into a little bit deeper with on-site or off-site renewable integration with our building, or modernizing the existing systems that sits out there. This will take us up to 85% of the existing carbon emission. That's massive, that's huge. This is in fact what we need to accelerate. The remaining 15% is the only deep work that needs to happen in the passive envelope side or in electrification of heating. So.
And just before I move on, one question. In terms of timelines, like how much time would it take to get each of these up and running?
I can tell you we have plenty of cases where this 45% went live in a matter of 2 or 3 months. So this is a very much low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, Yasser, for that.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to move on to Ahmed. In fast-evolving districts and economic conditions that change very fast like we do in Dubai, the structure, public realm, and architectural language remains for decades. And the challenge is to allow flexibility without diluting place, memory, or cultural relevance. From your experience in Dubai and the wider region, what are 1 or 2 architectural or urban design moves most effectively keep a project rooted in Emirati and regional identity while still allowing it to adapt when the brief inevitably changes late in the game? So we're talking things like massings, facades, setbacks, courtyards.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ahmed, for the introduction. And I'd like to thank Dubai Future Foundation and Dubai Municipality for allowing us to share our experience about urban planning and architecture in terms of how to improve the local Emirati identity in a contemporary way. So our firm, Archidentity, specializes in translating tradition into a contemporary language, whether it is to do with urban design or architecture. So if I were to answer your question, if you visit any of our traditional cities or zones within Dubai, you would notice that it's actually a homogeneous language. So it is very difficult to put things in silos, but as you mentioned, the courtyard, the alleyways, the thresholds, all of them work in unification. So when you deal with urban planning, you always look at compartmentalization of land uses. But through our experience of working with urban planners, when you keep things flexible, that's the best way that you can have a positive outcome. Traditionally, when you look at any master plan, you would actually designate this zone as a residential zone or a hospitality zone or a commercial zone. When in reality, the life within it is very diverse. And in order to achieve that, you almost need to look at it with the eyes of an architect, not only as an urban planner in terms of planning. So
that's very interesting.
Yeah, so as an urban designer, you should actually look at the potential of creating space. When you look at the diversification between indoor and outdoor spaces, the only way to achieve success is to put on the hat of an Emirati that was living in the past within these urban districts. So you see a lot of slogans now with new master developments, but very few of them resonate in the sense of highlighting, creating a community which is accessible all year round. I think once you start to answer that question, you have no choice but to go back to traditional concepts of ventilation, shading, and also look at certain concepts that you may feel that they may not look relevant aesthetically, but they're still very relevant when you move into the urban fabric, the outdoor realm. So I'll give you an example. Did you know that the DIFC plaza level is actually inspired by traditional architecture?
In what way?
So, where you have all the restaurants and it's actually raised on a plaza. So it was the architect from Hopkins, actually, when we asked him. So he said, actually, I looked at flexing the setbacks as much as possible. So actually created these very close clusters, narrow path. So that kind of narrow path actually, and it being raised on a highlighted plaza level, you get this ventilation. If you look at the thematic districts in Dubai Expo City, they have like small water bodies that create a microclimate.
Shading elements.
And if you even go to the Dubai municipality headquarters itself, it's still very accessible all year round. It's under a shade, you have the space truss.
Water feature.
And the water. So these kinds of concepts should be applied when you look at successful ways that the plan, or whether the architecture or the urban design, has endured throughout decades, and what are the lessons learned and how you can adapt them to a local context here.
Thank you for that, Ahmed. Very, very insightful. I'm going to move on to Ross. My question for you is, as autonomous and intelligent vehicles, new mobility modes, and responsive systems enter our streets, they will redefine how people, objects, and information flow through our cities. This is not only a technology question, it is a question of form, rhythm, and human experience at the felt ground level. Looking ahead, how should cities like Dubai rethink the flow of movement across streets, curbs, interfaces, arrival zones, so that autonomous and mobility systems integrate gracefully into the urban fabric? And what key principle or design concept would you highlight to ensure that these systems stay humane, legible, and future-ready, rather than just being purely technological or technical?
Brilliant, lovely. Thank you for articulating that way. Now, look, I moved here from London, Londinium, to Dubai, because Dubai represents all the issues, all the problems that I think the world faces. I think it's a prototypical model-generated city of which we can export ideas to. We have everything, including a pretty extreme climate. Now, I wanted to share something with you today, if it will load up. Sorry about this. Anybody out there? It'd be great if you saw my images. It would make a big difference. No, nothing.
Maybe we start answering and they'll put it up.
I'll just talk. Anyway, look, because what I wanted to share with you is so visual. And it's something that even Yasser and I were talking about earlier. You have to visualize these things. Otherwise, most things are too abstract for humans, ordinary people, to visualize. One of the biggest problems of any city on Earth is the grid system. It's an archaic system which is based on a linearity. Now we live in an age where we can make vehicles move in a metabolic way, in a different way. They don't have to move in a linear way. They can flock like birds or like fish. And I've been working on something for quite a while now, which is an autonomous vehicle, which would replace, in a way, the independence of vehicles. I mean, coming here today, I get in an Uber. That might as well be some kind of autonomous vehicle, because I don't own it. I just need to get from A to B. And one of the biggest problems we got in the city is these big distances. On a bad day, I spend 4 hours a day in a car. I mean, it's shocking. It's wrong. So how can we condense that? So my idea is to move into, well, if I can pull this off without slides, it's a miracle. Anyway, to go zonal, not to treat the city as one big landscape. That's one of the problems, is to go zonal. We can replace tarmac, which is evil, by the way. It represents a huge percentage of poor air quality. We just don't see it. It's the tires that rub on, which are made from rubber, which are actually made, they're not made from rubber, they're made from oil, rubbing onto oil and creating particulates. Now, I have a young daughter, so I'm very, very mindful of air quality. And what air quality is created by various things, but one of them is actually car use. And it doesn't matter whether it's petrol or electric, these use oil-based tires. Now, I wonder whether we could shift all that. I wonder whether we could literally tile zones in cities and make those induction charged, and something I'd love to talk to you about. So the power is in the floor itself, squeaky clean, incredibly pure and modern. None of this black asphalt, which has other issues that I don't need to articulate. So we clean everything up. And what I'm talking about is I'm talking about molecular movement of vehicles. I'm going to come back and show you, I'm telling you. Just choose a day, and I'm going to come back, because this is my world. You imagine cellular vehicles that move in whichever way they need to move. So immediately, you are compressing the space around you. You would create a metabolic rate that was even. And these cellular units, I'd have to show you, can take humans. You can put your child in there in the morning, send the child to school with an oxygenated bubble, head-up display, so they're being taught on the way to school, safe as it gets. Oh, wow. I mean, I would love that. Wouldn't you love that? Absolutely. Instead of the nanny and the thing and the whatever. You know, and this is absolutely feasible. Or somebody has a stroke or a heart attack, you pop them in this bubble, and while it's en route to the hospital, it's, you know, it's keeping that person alive. I mean, all of these different aspects of life are condensed around a mobility system, because that affects us all, right? And that mobility system, just very quickly, instead of it being detached from the architecture, because it flows like a river, it changes the dynamic of the architecture. The architecture is not linear, it's organic. And you can go inside in these clean vehicles, or they can fly like a drone, the same vehicle, and enter from the top. I mean, this place would transform overnight.
Yeah, actually my question, Ross, is Dubai's urban structure today, how set up is it to adopt this new technology?
Well, you know, if I had my way, I'd demolish a lot of buildings.
And
yeah, why not?
And start anew.
I mean, just because they're there doesn't mean to say they're right.
Yeah.
And they're built in the really bad way. My practice here, which is called Beyond, the D being Dubai, is beyond design. And it's looking at the built environment too, because it doesn't make sense. And you don't need to be an expert on this. You just need to maintain your instinct to know that what is around you doesn't make sense. So if it doesn't make sense, take it down and start again, because all those visions that we see of Dubai, which I love because it's my gig, I don't see it.
Yeah.
So who's doing it? Are we going to start doing it, or are we just going to keep talking about it?
Thank you, Ross. Thank you so much for your insights. Last but not least, Dr. George. The CRID, can I call it CRID? Yeah, CRID at AUD has positioned itself as a living laboratory by integrating mixed reality, virtual reality, AI into both design pedagogy and applied research. This creates a direct line between experimental thinking and real-world problem solving. So my question is, in the context of our theme on translating global shifts to actionable practical strategies, how has the CRID successfully bridged this distance between academia and on-ground deployment in Dubai and the wider region? And what are one or two concrete examples that best illustrate moving from experimental studio to implementation within Dubai's innovative urban development ecosystem?
Great, so thank you, and thank you for having me here today.
Of course, thank you for being here.
So first, just a little bit to introduce what CRID does. It's like the pivotal connector between whatever is happening outside academia with academia. And specifically, we work through the School of Architecture, Art and Design, where we have, of course, multiple programs, including, of course, urban design and so forth. So the center tried to always reach out to entities and try to see how we could connect and how we could work together and bridge academia with practice. And one of the big things that we do is emerging technologies, of course, because, you know, nowadays, if you don't work with technology, that's a problem. So we work with artificial intelligence, mixed reality, virtual reality,
What's
augmented
mixed reality?
Sorry?
What's mixed reality?
Mixed reality is a bigger umbrella under which you have the augmented reality. And mixed reality is actually where you could have a three-dimensional asset, digital asset, on top of the real world. So it differs from virtual reality in terms where you have to think of where the activity happens. So virtual reality, you are inside a digitally built environment where you don't see the real world. Mixed reality, you are in the real world, and it's the virtual world that you bring it out, and then you interact with it. The most important is the interaction. So it's not a fixed asset, but it's an asset that interacts with you. And we are heading into that, and I always talk about immersive futures. And I think Dubai is the best place where we could experiment with that. And this is for the coming 5 to 7 years maximum. We will start seeing that type of digital asset on top of the real world, where everyone has access to them and interact with them.
Wow, that's
so,
awesome.
so this is what we do. So we try to experiment and explore with these emerging technologies, and we try to inject them into the curriculum. At the same time, create incentives for the student to participate and to be ready for whatever is happening in the real world, or what's going to happen in the real world. So, and I can give you an example of, because we think in a triad way. So we have academia, and we have industry, and of course we have governmental. So, and we do, one of the things that we do at the center is innovation, and we do exhibitions, and we do competitions. So we bring in the outside world through competitions, and we actually collaborate with big entities. So one of the successful examples that I could talk about is we had Majd al-Futtaim and Dubai Culture, and of course AUD, where we created this competition and asked the student to design the future of Dubai using generative AI. So we injected artificial intelligence into it, and we actually asked our students, so we had more than 250 entries, and then it's a full cycle. So we start with the concept, with the competition, and then the student be part of it. And then, of course, after that, the result, we have a jury, we have awards, but then this is where it's important, is then what do we do with that? So we took all the work that has been done and we exhibited them on the street of Dubai. So it's a full cycle from concept to realization, but then exhibition and exposure. And this is how we make our student, you know, work with, you know, as an example of the practical world. Another example that we are doing this year, of course, so we're trying to create the urban pod, and we also collaborated with Dubai Culture as well, with Life Scale, and we wanted our student to use emerging technology. We have students using, you know, the head-mounted display, where they could create a three-dimensional digital asset, which is an urban furniture, and then they could also go from virtual reality or mixed reality into directly 3D fabrication.
Oh, wow.
And then we could inject that into, as an example, on the street. And the twist in that urban pod, which we're all very happy about, is we asked students to inject an animal feeder. Because this is a very important aspect that we see now in Dubai, how we could solve one of the problems where, you know, you have a lot of animals on the street where we try to, you know, feed them. There's a lot of people feed them, but then they end up really messing up the street. So we were thinking of a solution where you could actually inject in that urban pod to provide the safe space between human and animal and urban animal so that they can interact and so forth.
And I mean, that's the beauty of design, is when it can achieve more than one thing, and that creativity is so cool. I wish I was going to school when AI and generative design was being taught, to be honest. Thank you, everyone, for your insightful answers. I want to end with practical, implementable action. So we're going to do a lightning round where I'm going to ask each of you to answer this question. What's one practice Dubai stakeholders can adopt immediately that would show visible impact in the next 3 to 6 months? And I'll go around starting with George.
Well, since the center focuses on emerging technology and specifically mixed reality.
Yeah.
So what I would hope for is if Dubai can identify or select an area in an urban space.
Yeah.
An urban selected area where we could actually come and have these type of exploration and experimentation live on the street. So we could have something that, in collaboration, of course, with Dubai Municipality and of course, Dubai Future Foundation. So that the idea is to try to bring in a real thing into the street using emerging technology. And of course, we're more than happy to collaborate on that. But this could be a way to provide a real space, a selected urban space where we can explore,
and
experiment.
pilot something very quickly.
Yes, exactly.
Ross?
I would take 1 square kilometer and I would do exactly what I was telling you earlier. I would pave it in incredible ceramics. I would prototype this new digital grid, and I would give people, humans, us all, democratically, the chance to experience what designers dream. Otherwise, it's all a paper-based thing.
Yeah.
It's only money. It's money and will. That's all it is. We got the money. You just got to put it in.
And if there's anywhere where I can see something experimental like that happening, it's Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai.
Ahmed?
And I think there's already work being done in this regard, but I think fast execution of transit-oriented development models. So looking at stitching the city through enhancing the transportation nodes.
Yeah.
So maybe take a pilot project of a very dense area and apply kind of urban design concepts of passive design, and make it more comfortable for people to access in and out these transportation nodes, while looking at mixed-use developments that may go even enhance that zone around it.
100%.
So,
and that's a win-win for transport and land use.
Exactly. So if you solve that problem, then I think it's just a matter of time till you solve the rest of the city.
Absolutely.
In terms of the connectivity.
And last but not least, Yasser?
I will stay in the energy fabric. I would say we have to accelerate the adoption of energy efficiency practices at speed and at scale. So from build one single household building block to the city or a grid level, at scale and at speed. And for this, I would advocate for a technology-first approach, so using data, automation, and AI.
Thank you for that, Yasser, and thank you everyone for listening in to Amid Global Shifts. Please take the opportunity to continue the conversation with our distinguished guests after this. Thank you for listening, and thank you all of you for being here today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. All right, everyone, we will continue our day with another interesting session here. Our next session is going to be about highlighting the importance of adaptability through design and innovation in building resilient cities. Our next panel, building a collaborative, future-ready government, explores how foresight can redefine how government sectors work together to build a connected future. This panel will be conducted in Arabic. Please find your headsets on your seats if you need translation in English. Now, to welcome, please, our moderator, Dr. Muhammad Ali, future foresight expert at Dubai Municipality, and our panelists, starting with His Excellency Matar Al-Himairi, CEO of Digital Dubai Government Establishment. His Excellency Major General Khalid Razougi, Director General, Department of Artificial Intelligence at Dubai Police, and Engineer Fida Al-Hammadi, Director of Strategy and Corporate Development Department at Dubai Municipality. Please welcome them all on stage. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. مرحبا جميعا، كيف الحال؟ يمكن النهارده جلستنا تعتبر من الجلسات الجدا مهمة، هنتكلم فيها عن الجاهزية للمستقبل وبناء التعاون لخلق جاهزية بين كافة الدوائر. في البداية بتواجه الحكومات اليوم تحديات معقدة بنسميها تحديات أو مشكلات خبيثة لتندمج فيها التعقيد والغموض. التحديات هاي كحوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي والتغير المناخي، وصعب جدا لجهة واحدة انها تحل هذه التحديات لحالها. فيمكن النهارده معانا مجموعة من المتحدثين المتميزين اللي هنبدأ نشوف ازاي كجهة حكومية نتحول من جهات كمقدم للخدمات إلى مفهوم جديد كجهات مقدم للتعاون أو كمنصة للتعاون بين كافة الدوائر. يمكن احنا في عندنا 3 محاور أساسية هنتناولهم في جلستنا النهارده. هنتكلم عن الحوكمة التعاونية ونشوف ازاي كسر العزلة لتمكين القرار المشترك، ثم ننتقل إلى الحوكمة الرشيقة وبنتكلم هنا ازاي نضمن السرعة والمرونة والاستجابة للمتغيرات، ثم ننتقل إلى الاستشراف المؤسسي كبوصلة استراتيجية عشان نضمن الجاهزية للمستقبل. وخلونا عشان نناقش هذه الأمور نرحب بكافة المتحدثين معنا، ونبدأ في البداية بسؤالنا الأول للجميع. سؤالي الأول: دبي مشهورة عالميا بنموذجها المتكامل، لكن التعاون كلمة سهلة، لما نيجي ننزل على أرض الواقع بنلاقي عملية التطبيق جدا صعبة. ما هو برأيكم السر أو الآلية الحقيقية اللي فعلا تخلي التعاون بين جهاتكم الرقمية الحضرية والأمنية فعلا ينجح عمليا، بينما تكافح دول كثيرة جدا في أنها تكثر العزلة بين كافة الجهات؟ وأبدأ معنا بسعادة اللواء، لو تتفضل تعطينا وجهة نظرك والسر والآلية المحددة لهذا التعاون.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولا أشكركم جزيل الشكر على هاي الاستضافة. والله هو مبصر، هو عبارة عن دولة الإمارات وطبيعة إمارة دبي دائما نشتغل كفريق عمل واحد. يعني وجودنا في هذا المكان هذا نوع من التعاون، بحيث أن لو عندي أي مشكلة، عندي تحدي، أبغي ألجأ لزميلي لجهة من الدوائر، بحيث أن نتعاون لهدف واحد. هدفنا دائما أن الإمارات تكون رقم 1 في جميع المعايير العالمية. على هذا الأساس توجد لدينا فرق عمل تشتغل بوتيرة متتابعة، تجتمع بصفة دورية مع مختلف الجهات، نطرح جميع التحديات في اجتماع على طاولة واحدة. إذا كانت عندي مشكلة ما في داعي أرسل له إيميل، أشل التليفون على أبو سعيد أقول له أبو سعيد عندي هاي المشكلة تعال نحلها. هذا هو الكلتشر اللي احنا عايشين فيه في إمارة دبي.
عافية. مهندسة فدا.
المستقبل. أهلا وسهلا فيكم طبعا، وأشكركم على هذه الاستضافة، وشكرا دكتور على سؤالك. أنت سألتنا عن آلية أو أداة.
نعم، السر والآلية.
وفعلا يعني احنا اليوم إذا نناقش تحديات اللي تعانيها المدن في أسبوع مدن المستقبل، فمن أهم التحديات أن الجهات الحكومية أو الجهات بشكل عام تشتغل بطريقة سايلز، لكن السر في إمارة دبي هي الرؤية الموحدة تحت قائد استثنائي هو سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، اللي وضع رؤية واضحة لإمارة دبي، وهي أن تكون الأفضل للعيش في العالم. فنرتئي أن كل الجهات الحكومية كل في دوره اليوم وفي جهته قاعد يشتغل عشان يحقق هذه الرؤية. وإذا بعطي مثال خطة دبي الحضرية اللي هي مو بس خطة بلدية دبي، هي خطة مدينة متكاملة. من أول ما انحطت خطة دبي الحضرية فهي كانت بالتعاون مع كل الجهات، سواء هيئة الطرق، الشرطة، دبي الرقمية، وكل جهات التخطيط في الإمارة. فبالتالي صارت خارطة الطريق. عندك أجندة دبي الاقتصادية، أجندة دبي الاجتماعية، خطة دبي 2033. تلاقي كل جهة اليوم عندها مؤشرات ومشاريع مشتركة مع الجهات عشان نقدر نحقق هذه الرؤى. وإذا بتكلم أنا دورنا كبلدية، احنا اليوم مسؤولين عن 60% من خدمات الإمارة، نقدم 12 مهمة رئيسية. هذه المهام ما بننجح فيها إذا ما كانوا مع شركائنا. فإذا اليوم بتكلم عن مثلا أي تصميم أو إحنا كمخططين للمدن، اليوم أنا أحتاج بيانات من الشرطة عشان أعمل التخطيط الصحيح، أحتاج منصات من دبي الرقمية عشان أقدر أجمع بيانات السكان والأشياء اللي اليوم محتاجينها. فدائما العمل في دبي عمل تشاركي، والسر هو رؤية القيادة.
مشكورة مهندس على هذا الانسايتس الرائع. سعادة مطر، شو رأيك الآلية الحقيقية للتعاون بين جهاتكم؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شاكر لك دكتور محمد على هذه المقدمة، ولفريق التنظيم أيضا لهذه الدعوة الكريمة، وأتمنى كل التوفيق لهم في هذا المؤتمر. طبعا لما نتكلم اليوم عن أن سر النجاح، خلينا نقول في إمارة دبي، سر النجاح هو ما انبنى من ناحية بناء منصات أو مثلا تبادل بيانات، انبنى من تبادل ثقة. يمكن إخواني سبقوني وتكلموا عن موضوع روح الفريق، فنحن فعليا نتكلم عن روح الفريق الواحد اللي موجود في إمارة دبي. وهذه ذكرها سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد في عدة مرات. سألوه شو سر الإنجاز في دولة الإمارات. سر الإنجاز إذا رد عليهم، سر الإنجاز في دولة الإمارات هو روح عمل الفريق الواحد. وهذا فعليا اللي سنرصده نحن في كل شيء. اليوم في أي خلينا نقول سياسة، في أي منصة، في أي مبادرة، بتلاحظ أن هذا التعاون موجود. واليوم هذا الشيء اللي هو خلينا نقول اللي الفرق الجوهري بينه وبين خلينا نقول المدن الأخرى. المدن الأخرى يمكن تبني بنى رقمية، لكن دبي فعلا قدرت تبني بنية تحتية للتعاون.
مشكور سعادتك على هذه الإجابة المتميزة. يمكن أنا هلا حدخل في أسئلة متخصصة للسادة المتحدثين. سعادة مطر، يمكن أنتم العقل الرقمي وباني المنصات، وكلنا شفنا ونعرف نموذج استونيا، فكرة المبني على مبدأ المرة الواحدة. كيف يتجاوز نموذج دبي الرقمية هذا المفهوم وينتقل من فكرة تبادل البيانات إلى تمكين التعاون الاستباقي اللي فعلا تحتاجه باقي الجهات؟
نعم، اليوم يمكن ذكرت أنت أخوي في موضوع تبادل البيانات. تبادل البيانات مطلوب لأي مدينة ذكية عشان تاخذ قرارات وتشتغل على كثير من الأمور. لكن من الأشياء المهمة أيضا اللي هو تبادل الرؤى. اليوم لما يكون عندك رؤية موحدة وعندك بيانات، أصبحت البيانات لها فائدة. وإذا ما تكون فقط بيانات كأرقام، أصبح البيانات موحدة مع رؤى بحيث أنك تاخذ قرارات جدا فعالة. نحن انتقلنا من منظور خلينا نسميها اللي هي طلب البيانات مرة واحدة إلى المنظومة الواحدة على مستوى الإمارة. مثل ما نقلنا اليوم الخدمات الفردية لتجربة متكاملة في الخدمات. هذا الشيء اللي يميز. فاليوم نحن نسعى مع شركائنا اللي موجودين في حكومة دبي على أساس أن نخلق نظام متكامل يقدر يرصد ويقدر يتنبأ ويقدر حتى يتفاعل مع أي حدث للمستقبل. وهذا الشيء اللي هو يميز فرق العمل اللي موجودة اليوم في إمارة دبي. أيضا من الأمور الأخرى اللي بنلاحظها من الأشياء المهمة اللي هي اليوم كيف تفرق بين تبادل بيانات وتبادل خلينا نقول أو التعاون. التعاون يعطيك اللمسة الإنسانية ويعطيك مستوى أعلى في التفاعل في هذه الأمور.
مشكور سعادتك. يمكن سمعنا الرؤية في الإجابات بشكل متكرر. واضح الرؤية لها تأثير كبير جدا في خلق فعلا حكومة جاهزة للمستقبل. سؤال للمهندسة فدا، يمكن أنتقل شوية إلى التجربة الإنسانية وأنتم مسؤولون عن تخطيط المكان مهندسة وجودة الحياة. كيف يضمن لكم التعاون مع الجهات الأخرى مثل دبي الرقمية والشرطة إن فعلا التجربة الحضارية للمقيمين والزوار تكون سلسة وآمنة وسط بقية؟
أشكرك دكتور على هالسؤال. ويمكن إذا بنتكلم عن في الماضي كانت مثلا البلدية والجهات الحكومية نشتغل بعقلية السيرفيس بروفايدر، أما اليوم فنحن نشتغل كمصممين للتجربة الإنسانية المتكاملة عشان فعلا نوصل لتجربة تفوق التوقعات للسكان والزوار. فإذا أنا بتكلم بعطيك مثال، أنا اليوم لما بصمم حديقة مش هدفي أني أنا أوصل للمؤشر أن في مساحة مفتوحة في هذه المنطقة الفلانية يرتادونها السكان، لا، الفكرة أني أنا أصمم تجربة لكل أفراد الأسرة. هذه التجربة ما كانت بتكون ناجحة لو دبي الرقمية ما عطتنا المنصة عشان أن احنا نعرف الفيدباك والشكاوي واقتراحات السكان. هذه التجربة ما بتكون متكاملة ولا آمنة إذا كانت شرطة دبي ما عندهم معايير الأمن وأنا كيف أحفظ الأمن في هذه الحديقة. هاي التجربة ما بتكون متكاملة لو ما تعاوننا مع هيئة الطرق مواصلات في توفير الباركنات أو مواقف السيارات أمام الحديقة. وحتى مثلا في الشواطئ اليوم، أنا اليوم إذا أوفر تجربة في الشواطئ فأنا يجب أن أتكامل مع كل الجهات الحكومية عشان فعلا أوفر تجربة تفوق توقعات السكان. مبدأ السايلوز ومبدأ أني أنا فقط أكون برو أكتيف سيرفيس بروفايدر اتس أوبسليت. اليوم في حكومة دبي كلنا كجهات حكومية نحن نصمم تجربة إنسانية متكاملة تفوق التوقعات بالتعاون مع الجميع.
مشكورة مهندسة على هذه الإجابة المتميزة. سعادة اللواء، يمكن أنتم رواد شرطة الذكاء الاصطناعي، والتحدي العالمي الأكبر في الذكاء الاصطناعي هو الحوكمة والأخلاقيات. كيف تضمنون بالتعاون مع دبي الرقمية أن فعلا سرعة الابتكار في الذكاء الاصطناعي ما تسبقش الثقة المجتمعية والأخلاقية في تطبيقه؟
طبعا دكتور، مثل ما تعرف احنا في حكومة دبي توجد لدينا سياسة لاستخدام أدوات الذكاء الصناعي، بحيث أن وضعنا معايير الأخلاقيات وموضوع البرايفسي وموضوع حماية وخصوصية البيانات كلنا على حسب اختصاصه. فهذا جزء لا يتجزأ عن تطوير أي نظام. طبعا في منصة لحتى المبرمج يوم قبل ما يبتدي تطوير أي أداة باستخدام أدوات الذكاء الصناعي يمشي على هاي المعايير، بحيث أن النتيجة النهائية ما يكون لها جانب لا أخلاقي. ومثل ما تعرفون احنا في الجوانب القانونية والتشريعية وحماية البيانات الخاصة ماخذينها بأهمية كبيرة، بحيث أن لا يكون هناك في أي اختراق في هذا الجانب.
أشكر سعادتك على هذه الإجابة. يمكن أنتقل لسعادة مطر. عندي سؤال مشترك بين سعادة مطر وسعادة اللواء. يمكن سعادة مطر أنتم تبنون نظام التشغيل الذكي، وسعادة خالد أنتم رواد شرطة الذكاء الاصطناعي. إزاي فعلا تضمنون أن المنصة اللي بتبنيها دبي الرقمية والثقة اللي بتبنيها شرطة دبي تعملان معا؟ هذا الشق الأول من السؤال. يعني كيف لو نأخذ مثال ونموذج ونوضح للجمهور مثال ونموذج فعلا للتعاون ما بينكم بين هذا الأمر؟ نبدأ بسعادة مطر.
طبعا يمكن موضوع الثقة في المنصات هذا شيء مهم. يعني دائما أنت في أي نظام رقمي أو منصة رقمية تسعى دائما أنك تعزز الثقة في هذه المنصة. فمن الأمور اللي دائما مشتركة بيننا وبين شرطة دبي والجهات الحكومية في دبي في موضوع توحيد البيانات وخلنا نقول الاستفادة من البيانات هذه. لذلك دبي الرقمية وبشكل عام إمارة دبي من أوائل المدن اللي بدأت وطلعت قانون خاص لحماية البيانات. هذا القانون اليوم قانون البيانات يساعدنا في حفظ البيانات، أيضا تصنيفها، وفي نفس الوقت آلية التبادل، كيف اليوم التبادل البيانات والاستفادة فيها من منظومات أخرى. هذا القانون اليوم مهد الكثير من الأمور اللي موجودة. أصبحنا اليوم نتكلم نفس اللغة، يعني سواء مع شركائنا في المنظومة نتكلم بنفس اللغة من ناحية البيانات، تصنيف البيانات. النقطة الثانية يمكن واللي هي أعتبرها إذا بنتكلم عنها، هل اليوم هاي تعتبر تحدي؟ التحدي دائما يقول لك مثلا مش تحدي تقني، دائما يكون تحدي يكون تشريعي او نظامي، وهذا الاجيليتي اللي شفناها اليوم، الرشاقه الموجوده في الاماره ساعدتنا ان نتغلب على هذا التحدي. ذكر أخوي اللواء خالد في موضوع أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. مع ظهور الذكاء الاصطناعي في 2019 بدينا بأول خلينا نقول فريم ورك خاص بأخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. في السنة هذه بعد طلعت سياسة سنة 2025، سياسة خاصة في تنظيم آلية استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي من ناحية الشفافية، العدالة، أيضا من ناحية أخلاقيات والسلوك اللي هو الاستخدام فيه. دائما ننظر لهذا الشيء جزء كبير. أيضا من الأمور المشتركة اللي قمنا فيها مع شرطة دبي مبادرة خلك واعي. مبادرة خلك واعي هي مبادرة مجتمعية، الفكرة فيها أن كيف ترفع الوعي الرقمي عند المجتمع. اليوم هذه المبادرة مبنية على فيديوهات فكاهية سريعة تنمي موضوع التوعية الرقمية في مخاطرها، على أساس أنك يعني تحمي مكتسباتك الرقمية عليها. وكثير من المبادرات اللي طلعت بالشراكة مع أخواننا في شرطة دبي.
سعادة اللواء، شو إجابتك على هذا السؤال؟ يعني كيف فعلا موضوع التحدي الأكبر لتوحيد البيانات والثقة بينكم، يعني كيف تعطونا مثال على أرض الواقع تم؟
والله شوف، تعاون كبير الحمد لله في إمارة دبي، وخاصة مع دبي الرقمية، في أي خدمة نوفرها تسعد فيها المتعاملين. فعلى الأساس نقيس دائما مدى رضا المتعاملين على القنوات والخدمات اللي نقدمها لهم، ودائما ناخذ الفيدباك من جانبهم. في الجانب الأمني نقيس مدى فعالية استخدام أدوات الذكاء الصناعي في تعزيز الأمن والأمان على مستوى إمارة دبي. فنقيس بمدى قلة العمليات الإجرامية موجودة، ترصد العمليات الغير آمنة، الوعي الخاص بالمتعاملين في استخدام القنوات الإلكترونية. فإحنا من 2018 وضعنا استراتيجية للذكاء الاصطناعي، وبدينا عليها عدة عمليات رئيسية في إسعاد المتعاملين، رفع الكفاءة الأمنية، كذلك في الجانب المروري والعمليات الخاصة الداخلية كموظفي الشرطة في استخدام هذه الأدوات، وكذلك في مسرح الجريمة. كلها هي تنصب تحت استراتيجية عامة وحدة بحيث نقيس مدى أدائها. بس صدقوني أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي شيء مخيف، شيء الواحد لازم يعتمد عليه، لأن صدقوني كثير من الأمور بتتغير وبيسهل. أنا أقول أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي مو هي عبارة عن قناة إلكترونية تم تقديمها للجمهور أو استخدامك الشخصي، هذا عبارة عن شريك ياك في الأعمال اليومية.
شكرا سعادتك على هذه الإجابة. التحدي الأكبر تشريعي أم تقني من وجهة نظرك؟
والله يتنا على العوق.
يعني عملية توحيد البيانات الكل يعرف أنها عملية جدا صعبة وتحتاج إلى مجهودات.
لا والله شوف دكتور، بالنسبة لتصنيف البيانات هاي أمور سهلة، بس لو ني في الجانب التشريعي أعتقد توجد عندنا يعني احتياجات أن نسرع في إصدار العمليات التشريعية، خاصة في الأمور القانونية والإجرائية باستخدام أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي. يعني أنا عندي الأداة أن أي ذكاء اصطناعي يحقق مع متهم وياخذ الإفادة، بس لو يصير هاي للمحاكم والنيابة هذا لا يعتمد فيها، لأنها يقول غير قانوني. فإيجاد نص أو يعني إصدار قانون يدير هالأشياء بحيث أن كيفية الاستفادة من أدوات الذكاء الصناعي في الجانب الأمني.
مشكور سعادتك. مهندسة فدا، كيف تضمنون في بلدية دبي أن تظل التكنولوجيا زي الذكاء الصناعي مجرد أداة لخدمة أهداف جودة الحياة اللي محورها فعلا الإنسان، وما تتحولش هي تكون هي الهدف بحد ذاته؟ يعني وإيه الآلية اللي بتضعوها عشان تحوكمون بها موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي وتطبيقاته في العمل البلدي؟
يمكن دكتور رؤيتنا في البلدية هي اللي تقود الأداء وليس العكس. إذا اليوم إحنا مجتمعين اليوم عشان نصمم مدن المستقبل، وفي أفكار دائما تقول إن مدن المستقبل هي بيانات، داتا، فول ديجيتالايز، تكاسي تطير، هاي الأمور كلها. فبالتالي أنا أقول لك إن مدن المستقبل اليوم هي اللي تتمحور حول الإنسان وحاجاته. فبالتالي هاي الأدوات كل اليوم الحكومة في دبي تستخدمها عشان تحقق حاجات الإنسان. التوائم الرقمية مثلا، اليوم نحن عندنا توأم رقمي في دبي. ليش بلدية دبي عملت توأم رقمي في دبي؟ عشان فعلا تسوي نسخة رقمية من إمارة دبي وتتنبأ باحتياجات السكان حتى قبل ما يطلبونها. فبالتالي الأدوات هي التي الرؤية هي التي تقود الأدوات وليس العكس. وأكيد عندنا نحن رؤية موحدة في إمارة دبي وفي بلدية دبي في النهاية مثل ما نقول تحوكم أن فعلا دائما المشاريع تقاد بحاجات الإنسان ورغبات السكان.
مشكورة مهندسة على هذه الإجابة. ونرجع تاني لموضوع الرؤية. فإذا الرؤية لها أساس كبير جدا في جاهزية الحكومات للمستقبل. سعادة مطر، لو سألتك سؤال، ما هي العقلية الواحدة اللي لابد من الحكومات أن تتخلى عنها، وما هي العقلية الواحدة التي يجب أن تتبناها فورا، ماذا سيكون إجابتك؟
نرجع على المقدمة يمكن في البداية. روح الفريق الواحد هي العقلية المفروض أن الكل يتبناها، ويترك عقلية أن الجهة أو الشخص نفسه. فهذا شيء مهم. الشيء الثاني يمكن اللي بدرجه في هالموضوع أضيفه عليه، الموضوع أن يكون قراراتنا ما هي قرارات خلينا نقول ردة فعل، قرارات تكون أكثر استباقية. وهذه العقلية لازم نتبناها، لأن اليوم المستقبل خلينا نقول لازم تخطط له وتجهز له من اليوم، وهذا شيء حاضر. يعني المستقبل اليوم إذا أنت ما جهزت له وخطط له من اليوم ما بتكون في نطاقه وإطاره بشكل عام.
مشكور. سعادة اللواء، ما هي العقلية اللي لابد من الحكومات أن تتبناها، وما هي العقلية التي لابد من التخلي منها فورا؟
والله لله الحمد، نحن عايشين في نعمة تحت ظل قيادتنا الرشيدة، في رؤية يعني موحدة على مستوى الحكومة. يعني متابعة شيوخنا في هذا الجانب، خاصة في عملية التحول الرقمي والذكاء الاصطناعي، هذا دافع للجميع أن نشتغل كلنا في عجلة موحدة على سرعة وتيرة، بحيث أن نوصل لهدف المرجو منه. الشيء العقليات أو لازم يعني هذا الحمد لله مو موجود عندنا. في كثير من الناس يتخوفون أو ما عندهم الجراءة أنه ياخذ قرار أنه يتحرك أو يغير من منظومة أو فكر أو عملية إجرائية. الواحد لازم يخاطر في مجال للخطأ، بالعكس اخطأ بس تعدل من الخطأ اللي واجهته بحيث أنه تمشي على المسار الصحيح. وتعرفون في جانب الذكاء الاصطناعي والخدمات الإلكترونية تطيح فيها المطبات، بس ما في مانع افتح صفحة جديدة وكمل في مجالك.
مشكور سعادتك. مهندس فدا.
حديث إخواني من البداية كان يتمحور حول الفريق الواحد، وأنا أتوقع أن إمارة دبي وما وصلت لليوم من تميز وريادة إلا أن إحنا نشتغل كلنا في عقلية فريق العمل الواحد والحكومة الواحدة. أكبر مثال اليوم أطلقنا حاضنة الرشاقة المؤسسية، توقعنا اتفاقيات مع 5 جهات، وإذا بنتكلم نحن يمكن بدينا المشروع خلال فترة بسيطة. مثل ما قال أخوي يرفع السماعة، نبغي نوقع اتفاقية معاكم، نحل التحديات، نغتنم الفرص. الكل كان موجود، الكل كان سبورت عشان ينجح هذا المشروع. فبالتالي دبي عندها هاي العقلية اللي مفروض نأكد أن نتبناها. أما يمكن الشيء اللي نتخلى عنه، نبتعد عن موضوع بروجكت اونرشيب ونبدأ نتبنى عقلية experience ownership. مثل ما تكلمنا من البداية، اليوم تجاربنا يجب أن تتكامل، فيمكن هذا الشيء اللي يجب أن تتبناه، نتخلى عن project ownership ونتبنى experience ownership.
يمكن شفنا في جلستنا النهاردة الرؤية ثم عملية توحيد الروح والعمل بالفريق الواحد، وختاما بالتخلي عن البروجكت اونرشيب. فأشكر سعادتكم وأشكرك مهندسة فدا على حضوركم، وشكرا على الإجابة، وشكرا جميعا للحضور. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you to our panelists for that insightful discussion and how we can work collectively for a future-ready Dubai. We now move on to our next panel titled Governing for Well-Being, Designing a Healthier Future, which will be in English. This panel brings together industry experts to explore how cities can integrate well-being into their urban planning and policies. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Huda Al-Shak'a, Project Manager, Director at GIL, along with our panelists, Dr. Yunus Kadhim, Executive Director of Health Regulation Sector at Dubai Health Authority, Dr. Naseem Mohammed, Acting CEO of Environment, Health and Safety at Dubai Municipality, and Marwan Abdulaziz Janahi, Senior Vice President at TCOM Group PGSC, and Nadia Zaal, CEO and founder of Zaya. Please welcome them all on stage. A few minutes. Before the moderator comes, I would like to get to know you more as an interim moderator. How's everybody doing? What do you guys think of Urban Future Week so far as the first day?
Yeah, it's great. Oh, is that an Aura ring?
Yeah, it is an Aura ring, yes.
I'm going to be talking about wearables soon.
Good, okay. What do you think of wearables? Okay, that's a good question to ask.
Yeah, I think we should somehow look at, without intruding on people's privacy, but it would be great to integrate the data we receive from wearables into, Badr, are you listening? Into the design planning process, especially if we're looking at urban planning. And, for example, we can see if a park is really de-stressing you or not.
Wow, yeah. Do you guys wear wearables at all, by any chance?
I'm from DM, so I'll let the guest to talk.
Okay. Wearables?
I don't, but while I exercise, I do.
Okay, for exercising. Your thoughts on wearables?
Actually, what we have to think for the future and for generation. This is always our thoughts.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, and Urban Future Week is all about how we can plan for the future of Dubai. As someone who might be joining us today, who lives in Dubai but doesn't know what the next 5 years are going to look like. So can you give us a glimpse of where are we heading as a city? All of us, like what's happening? Are we heading to a more greener city? Is this going to be more smart or smart plus green? I don't know. I just want to hear your thoughts about this.
I can start.
Yes.
I think we will be a more connected city. Mm-hmm. There is a lot of things that are happening, whether it's in the healthcare system, in the education system, in the planning, and
please,
all of these systems need to kind of be connected and have the human in the center of it. So we are connected in a way. There are, I think, some barriers, but we should be, or we will be, more connected in the future.
Amazing, great. Thank you so much, and please welcome our moderator to the session. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Lovely to meet you. Dr. Marwan, you've already started, huh?
Yes, yeah, we warmed up.
Very good. أهلا وسهلا فيكم، أهلا وسهلا بجميع. السلام عليكم. يمكن أبدأ start with Dr. Yunus if that's okay. Our topic is health and well-being. From a Dubai Health Authority perspective, what are the key challenges that Dubai and GCC countries face from a health perspective that you feel urban planning and city planning can address and help address in the future, inshallah?
You will be surprised when I will tell you what is our main challenge. If you look at our cities across the whole area, especially Dubai, there is a lot of effort has been brought for technology, for design, for what is updated. Even we have it something, the other worlds, they don't have it. We are the first to get it. But the issues that we have it, I'm talking about the aspect of the culture and mentality, people. That, for example, we are delivering a lot of campaign, education about how to do physical activity. Still, there's a people, they don't want to move from their home. There is still people, they are not lacking. For example, I give you an example. We give a workshop about diabetes, about the cardiovascular disease. In the same day, after finishing of the workshop, they are going to order the fast food. We want to reach the level that we have to have the feeling each individual have the responsibility of themselves. Exactly like the prayer time. When you pass the prayer time, you feel guilty. If this we reach in the medical side, that I can assure you, we moved far better from the individual well-being. Nowadays, of course, the civilization is coming with their cost. The before today is different than yesterday. Today, there is also about thinking about mental health, which has not been an issue 20, 30 years. Today, yes, it is an issue. Stress, increasing. You reach your work because of the stress, your adrenaline is high up, unfortunately. So, although if you see the design of the road, honest to say it, we are the first class of the road mapping. Look at the highways, look at the bridges, look at the all transport is available. Yani, it is a model. But from this model, what reflect on us as individual, we are a little bit lazy, or I can't blame ourselves. So we are trying our best, but the future is coming, they will be changing. So there will be more green, there will be more activities, because we are doing very hard in that part to push all the individuals to look at themselves for their well-being, mental status, your health condition. It needs time. It is a challenge, but it will come, inshallah.
Inshallah. So you've prepared this for a question to Dr. Nassim. Dr. Yunus saying that there is, alhamdulillah, there is great roads, great infrastructure, and there's more greenery coming, more activities to come. So, and Dubai municipality has a huge part to play in all of this. In terms of the future and the role of digital technology and what Dr. Yunus was talking about, getting cultural change and lifestyle change in people, is there anything, any initiatives that you can tell us that Dubai municipality is doing, looking at for the future, healthy city design, using digital technology, for example?
First of all, thank you very much for all of the attendees to listen to us. Now, answering your question, actually, the digital technology, let's call it in this way, it has lots of, let's say, great efforts and benefits, we can say. And what we are doing nowadays is that we are trying to embed some of those AI tools, let's say, certain other new technologies into our daily operation. Why we are doing this? We want to make sure that the life is easier on us as inspectors and DM employees. The life is easier for the people who are coming and visiting Dubai, and as well for the residents as well. So what Dubai municipality has done, again, in terms of the public health and public safety and occupational safety, and as well the food safety, we are trying now by, let's call it, embedding certain features into the monitoring system, because we do inspection on lots of premises, let's say, in terms of the public health and public safety and occupational safety. So by having certain AI features, we make sure that we always not only sustain, but also we have a let's say data-driven AI-based system, which will give us the chance of having the decision making instantly. This will help a lot in increasing the efficiency of the employees. At the same time, it will give us the time to make sure that we provide the service to our residents in the best way we can, and the best time as well. This is very important. Now, there are certain examples of the digital technology that we have utilized it. We make sure that it gives better, let's say, numbers. It gets better in our KPIs. Like, for example, we have the smart inspection system. It's really risk-based system. It makes sure that it has lots of priority lists. So we do not do every single inspection in Dubai, but what we do, we target the areas which it needs really to have a better compliance. And this is for the sake of the resident, of course. In food safety ecosystem, we can say that we have also embedded lots of AI features in our system to make sure that the food handlers, the people who are using this such service, even the people, I mean, all of us, we go to restaurants, cafes, etc. We are back scene, we do lots of efforts there, which maybe it's not really shown to other people. But we make sure that the level and the standard of the food safety in the Emirate of Dubai is really huge, and it cannot be done unless we have a data integration, not only with the private sector and the companies, but also abroad. And this is something actually we are working on it really hard to have this scope on the other areas of occupational safety as well.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Marwan, can I ask you from a developer/investor perspective? Because I know you regular contact with the investors. So if we look at from a business side, from a commercial side, first, what is TCOM doing to embed healthy city design, well-being in your projects? And two, and maybe this is a particular interest, what's the feedback you're getting from investors, from future tenants and occupiers and residents? Is it something they care about? Is it something they're willing to pay more for? Would love to hear your insights.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'll start with the second question and then go to the first. A lot of tenants and companies, whether they're multinationals or universities, really care about how the buildings are designed, whether it is green or not. Does it have, meeting places, exercise places? So people are more and more worried about the well-being of their employees, because the future generation thinks very differently than the older generation. They work not for a purpose rather than just a salary, for example. So these kind of places need to be really holistic in their design. And there are, a lot of public companies also have responsibilities, social responsibilities, to design buildings in such ways. Also, the connectivity of those buildings, does it have public transport or not? Does it have green spaces or not? And this is something that we as a company in TCOM also embed in our future designs. We manage a lot of communities across the city, from Dubai Internet City to D3 to Academic City, with more than 100,000 people working in those places. So we also need to be very futuristic in our design, because we do projects for the coming 5 to 10 years.
Amazing, thank you. Great to hear there's a lot of interest in healthy building design.
Absolutely.
So, keeping with the theme of designs, Nadia, and this is maybe an area where we're both very passionate about. Yes. So, you're an experienced landscape designer, business owner. What does landscape design have to do with Health City?
So I think when you look at design in general, whether it's landscape or architecture, or I think the way I approach it is almost looking at the human experience and the nervous system. My team always hear this, nervous system architecture. What do you mean, Nadia? So I really think that it's really important that we, when you look at landscaping, for example, we know that an environment gives certain signals to your body, right? So we know modern day health issues are mostly linked to chronic stress, and we have a responsibility to think within our design process about what signals we're giving your body. So is it calming your nervous system? Is it filtering the air? Is it, so we really look at those things. And also the feedback mechanism in your design. So for example, in Al-Barari, I remember sitting with my team and we were looking at the playgrounds. We'd built one playground and we want to build another playground. And they started, the men, sorry men, I love you, but you don't think about a lot of things sometimes. They start designing straight away and I said to them, look, what are you designing this based on? And I remember they started, okay, the young children here, ages 4 to 7, the teenagers here. And I said to them, have you spent time in the first playground, awal shay? Have you been sitting there? Have you observed? Because that's not how families interact. Families, usually you have children who are younger, older, maybe you have a grandparent. So I think it sounds really basic, and I know here a lot of us think about AI and future design, and that's great. And I think AI has a huge role to be played in data gathering. Like, we can observe, I don't know about privacy issues, but you can observe people in public spaces. What are their habits? So, if you have as municipality, if you have a park and you see, for example, how many hours families spend there and you want to increase that, you can really analyze a lot of trends. And I think from a design perspective, we really need to design from the human experience. I mean, if you have design can either push you to move or it can push you back into the car. So you go from one AC box to another AC box. But if you have, and again, even from a cost point of view, I've been in many parks and I sit there and I say to myself, Lish, why do we have an aluminium shade? Like, wallah, we can have, like Softscape is cheap, guys. So I think we really, really need to really focus on green. Sorry, I don't mean to, but yeah. And I think we...
We'll come back to the audience.
More public-private partnerships when it comes to greening.
You have the right people in the audience, so they're... Tamam. I love that we have a variety of different perspectives on this panel. So if it's okay, what we might do is look at a couple of questions, but get each of your perspectives on the topic. So if we, again, think of the future, and Dubai is already doing very well, we wanted to be doing even better, and we're always looking ahead. How can we improve? From each of your perspectives, if you can name 2 critical steps that are needed in the next 5 years, or would help in the next 5 years to get Dubai to the next level in terms of health, well-being for its people, residents, citizens, tourists, visitors, for everyone. And it can be health in the design sense, in the food safety sense, in public health, whatever you find is relevant. Whoever's...
I guess I can start
Go
to
for
have
it.
the mic. Look, I think about health from a space of well-being, movement, and community, because we live very lonely lives, and connectivity is really important. And we've recently announced that we're looking at next year being the year of family. So I think with those objectives in mind, I think the first thing we need to think about is what we measure, because us as people that grew up in Dubai, we're all very competitive. We want to be the best. So first we need to start with what are we measuring, and I think we need to think about how we measure access to nature, how we measure connectivity, how we measure whether people are happy. I don't know how that metrics looks like, but I know that as a community, once we start measuring those things, our focus will go there, and automatically we always want to be the best. And the second thing I would say is, again, connectivity with regards to families needs to be really, really a big focus. I think, playgrounds, community centers, really, and it doesn't need to be big. Like, I feel like Dubai is becoming, we all talk about traffic now all the time. I think we really need to look at smaller, it doesn't have to be a big park, but we need smaller locations. And I think also, the onus doesn't have to be always on the government. I can speak as a real estate developer. I'm sure Marwan will agree with me. We've all made very, very healthy profits in the last few years, and I think that it's time, and we're really good at creating the right amenities. We have the best designers because we're doing it. If you look at all the real estate launches and you look at the communities they're building, they're amazing. Amar launches, whoever it is. And so we should take that expertise and make that more accessible. So I think there should be more almost like living labs where we experiment between private-public partnerships. And I feel that as developers, we have a duty now to make what we're doing in our daily lives more accessible to everyone in the UAE.
I love that. Anybody else would like to share what's on your mind in terms of the future?
I think because this city, Dubai city, is the reshaping of the city is happening really, really fast. So most probably, in terms of, again, the food safety or the occupational safety, etc., we have actually started the transforming from the traditional type of the monitoring system into the AI-based, but we need to do even more and more efforts on that. So I think to have a very resilient legislations that can cope with this type of the improvement and progress that's happening in Dubai and the whole world maybe could be one of the things that we need to work on it in the near future. Yes. And one more thing, I do agree with my colleague on the connections and to have a type of the measurements. So just like Dr. Yunus was saying that after having an educational or awareness session, still people are not getting it in the right way. So we need to find out the right way, Doctor. I think we need to find out, we know that we have different sectors, we have lots of, especially in Dubai municipality, we have really scattered sectors that we either work with them or we actually monitor those systems, let's say. So in terms of the health and safety as a whole and the food safety, I believe reaching to those people, either it's a part of the community, could be a tourist or anyone, we need to really reach them in the best way. So that we don't want to call it awareness sessions or educational sessions because we do lots of lectures in the university. So I think we need to have it in a really different way that they can get it and they can feel it, again, as Dr. Yunus said. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's a very loaded question, and we can talk about it for a long time. But from my perspective, looking at the higher education sector in TCOM, where we interact with students, more than 40,000 students, which is almost 80% of Dubai's international students. So we have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders, and we see lots of young talent, lots of new ideas, things that the students want to do, but we always see this barrier of those ideas being implemented. And that's because most of us work in silos in a way. So one of the things that I'd like to see more of is how universities can collaborate with the private sector and the government sector, or some people call it the triple helix model, which is private, government, and university. And this number is, we're working very closely with the DET, Dubai Economy and Tourism, and we're all aligned that we want this number to even go higher than 40,000 to close to 80 or 100,000 students by the year 2033, which will contribute obviously to the GDP and will create a lot of jobs and lots of opportunities. So how do we take that very hungry, innovative, creative ideas and talents and have it implemented all across in all sectors?
Thank you. So again, a different perspective. Thank you very much. تفضل دكتور.
Actually, for the perspective is coming for the future is the public health. The public health of the which is including about the, physical condition, mental condition, biological condition, which is this will add the word what I mean on biological. That means of the longevity. That means the individual will live longer and with a good condition. How far it is nowadays, we have, they are living longer, but with the bad condition, unfortunately, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and other orthopedic or, musculoskeletal problem. But that by this, effort which is bringing all together, it's not one side, it's not only health sector. Health sectors as community, as all together, it will bring a lot. And this is, I'm very optimistic, honest to say it, that because I see it starting, the changing is happening. And this gives me a positive feeling that, that means there is a chance of healthy individuals coming, but it matters of time, but it is there. And this, because we let them involved in that, any project. By involving the individuals, let them feel it. They feel how is the danger, they feel how is the positive when they get rid of it. And the model of the treatment, of course, everybody know about it, will be changing. The module of treatment, even what we are used to, we know today we have tablet, capsule, tomorrow will come something else. That means it's coming. And this is, I'm sure this is coming. Nowadays, before, let me tell you that 40 years back, we're opening the human from, I myself, I am surgeon. I'm opening I have to have 50 centi. Today, by this, the same procedures, by the tip of the needle, can be treated. So it's changes happening. When I saw it, myself, how I lived with it 40 years, and today, with the tip, only the tip of the needle, and the patient, and instead of staying in the hospital for 2-3 weeks, with ICU, 1 week, the same day, afternoon, he's going home. The life is changing. Even the model of treatment is changing. So there is a lot of change will happen, and you will observe that, inshallah.
So I will come back to that, inshallah. But I just wanted to point out how much emphasis I think all the answers had on partnerships, whether it's private developers with the government, universities with the private sector and government, the health authorities. So it really, that came out to me as a very strong theme across all the answers, is the future is about also partnerships and collaboration across sectors. So if we go back to the point Dr. Nasim ended on, Dr. Nasim started with and Dr. Yunus ended on, technology, AI, and also something Ms. Nadia Zaad said about human-centered approach. So we have this dichotomy, contradiction, maybe a way to complement where we want a human-centered approach, but we have a very fancy toolbox of technologies and they're only going to get better. So if you think about this, if we just focus on that for a second, technology and change, how do you see that impacting Dubai? And again, our discussion is about from a healthy city and perspective. Are there any specific technologies you're really excited to see what will happen with them, or do you feel like maybe we have a way to go? I'd love to hear your thoughts on technology and health in the future.
I can add my perspective. I think what's important is to keep in mind that these are tools. So AI is a tool, social media is a tool, and what often people forget is that why are we using that tool? It's nice to use it, but why are we using it? What do we want to achieve? And there is, I think post-COVID, you have seen this almost revenge of technology. You know, people want to meet again. People want to travel again. People want to meet again. So, and this is what shows that at the end of the day, we're humans. We want to connect. We want to discuss. And a lot of that needs to be embedded in our strategies, planning, and what we're doing. So, for example, I know Nadia is picking on a park. It's, you know, as developers, we have a green box and we need to develop that just to tick the box. But, you know, what's inside of the park? You know, does it have the shading, the seating areas? Do we need a fountain? Do we not need a fountain? So these things, I think, you know, the human element is what we need to focus on more and more.
Nadia, answering your question, I can say that in Dubai we are ready to go for it. We are already ready. We have all the platforms, the AI-based platforms. We are working as a government and also with the private sector and the others with, let's say, some collaboration. Many of our systems nowadays, it's already AI-based approach. And not only that, but it has also data integration with certain other entities, let's say. Now, how much it's good or not, of course, there are lots of beneficial aspects on that we can see them. It is actually leveraging all the other advanced tools. This is one, increasing the efficiency. Our employees now, they can work or let's say perform better. We can, not only that, but also the consumers or our customers, they can also get the response from the entity faster and faster. But again, whatever tool we are trying to use, as Marwan is saying, is that we need to make sure that we are using the right tool. This is one. And human interaction is very important in any other way that we do it. Human interaction, we should not forget it. We always need to have that one, no matter how many online meetings we do. Still, the physical is very important, we can say. Again, in Dubai, I can say that we are ready enough to do that. We have even, in certain sectors, I can say that we have already achieved a lot. And still we need to work even harder and harder.
Thank you very much. Nadia, I'm interested in your thoughts because you really focus on the human-centered.
No, listen, I'm very excited about AI and data and trends because I think it's really important to inform our decision-making. I mean, I'm also in the hospitality sector, so we own hotels. And, you know, one of the things, the data I'm getting, so when you marry video cameras with AI and then you teach the AI habits, the data I'm getting about which food people like, how long they're, you know, those trends are, it's really exciting for me to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. And, you know, so I think if we take that element where Dubai is already one of the most, I think we have like lots of cameras everywhere and we have AI, if as long as we're using that information in the correct way, I think it's a really exciting time. But I would really like to emphasize that I think it's really important that we use that data to encourage more human connection. And again, you know, making sure that we have the shade, that is natural materials, that we are creating micro communities, micro schools, like everything in Dubai. I think, you know, we're at a very exciting time where we've built the hard infrastructure and we've done it amazingly well. And now I feel it's an amazing time because leadership is now focusing on the soft structures, so the well-being, family, connection. And I think with that focus, all of us have a huge responsibility to make sure that we use the technology that we have with that human lens.
So it's kind of back to the point Mr. Marwan started with, which is technology as a tool, and then the aim is the human and the family. Dr. Yunus, and mashallah, you've already seen a lot of change. And you seem to be...
I faced I tell you that at the beginning of my career, the surgeon, he's doing everything. He is doing even gynecology, by the way. He's doing delivery. Today, even each surgery, you imagine, there is pediatric surgery, there is plastic surgery, there is urology, and even in each specialty, there is sub-specialty. So I can tell you one thing, there is not one thing for everything. We are going more specifications, thank you. We are going more specialized, but this specialty will add quality. My point, I want to just raise it for all, that maybe we have raising the number of the facilities, I mean health facilities, medical centers, hospitals. But the most important, what is the quality of the work in each hospital and the center? What is the outcome? When I see that, we are seeing every day across the Dubai, more than 500,000 across the clinic and hospitals visiting. So I can ask myself, how much the curity rate upon this, they are sick. So what is the range of the cure and the sickness? Because this reflect, are your communities healthy or not? I mean, we can hear in the media every time, yes, we operated about 1,000 operations per month. So what is the outcome? What is your outcome? This is my concern through my journey. For me, as long as your outcome is much better, stronger, healthier community you have. It has become weaker, you have sick community, unfortunately. But now the direction we are going, I'm talking about Dubai, it will become the hub of the expertise because of the attraction. Because attracted from the expertise, I'm talking about the health, of course. Of course, the other technology, they are, but in health is coming now. From the universities, from the top leaders for the health service, nowadays they spend it about a couple of days, but tomorrow they want to stay here in Dubai.
Amazing. So sounds like we're also talking about look at what you measure, the KPIs, and what are the outcomes that you want.
Exactly.
How you can use technology to get to those outcomes. How we can collaborate with each other across sectors, with partnerships, private sector, academia, public sector. Really amazing takeaways. I'd love to hear from the audience if there are any questions, comments. We have maybe a few minutes. There's one at the very back. If you could please also tell us your name and who the question is for on the panel.
Thank you. Mohammed Shihata. Actually, the question is for all the panel. Very interesting discussion, and I like the combination because I think you've touched on longevity and well-being, health span from the doctor, and how we do development. And I think it's a very important factor because I see three different pillars that need to talk to each other to actually work together to do a better city of the future and designing for human. So how from here will we move forward and get all these pillars from developers, from health, and from Dubai municipality to work together?
Let me just check if there are any other questions before we go that. There's two more. How much time do we have left on the? 5 minutes. Okay, maybe we'll hear the two questions and then there's a third. Ooh, okay.
Hello. Hello everyone, Dr. Shubhangi Patil here. Actually, what Marwan said was, you were telling about universities collaborating with the private and the government. More than collaboration, what I would like to add to this one is how you can make the people in university more aware of, the emerging careers that would be coming towards health, towards science, and also, a little bit of awareness for the older generation, because there is always this parent-child dynamic. Like, the younger ones, they are getting exposed to the careers which are more future-oriented, and the ones who have been earlier, they know that they have been, they have done the menial work, and to convince them is, I think, that is where, if this you can bridge, I think half or more than half, 3/4 of your problem will actually solve there in itself. Thank you.
That sounds like a cry for help. Noted, thank you. We have one question here and another question over there.
Hi, my name is Marie Stewart. I'm an architect and a data scientist. I have a couple of questions. Yes, sorry. From architecture, you tend to see things from a holistic view, experience type. From data, you see numbers. And from neuroscience, you tend to see well-being. So how do we sandbox all these policies so that we know that in the future, we're designing cities and places that are able to impact positively the population? Because I've seen, as architects, we don't get to sandbox policies. So that's a question I have.
Thank you. Maybe there's one more over there.
Thank you. It's very interesting combination for sure, having different sectors working together. That's really amazing. I work in the healthcare sector, but my question is for Dr. Naseem regarding the food safety, because she touched base on food safety. What are the priorities for Dubai municipality that you put forward to collaborate with the private sector on food safety, and how can we get upgrading the specs and the testing to match the European and the international?
So, Dr. Naseem, are you okay to answer that question? Then we go back to answering the more
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Thank you. In fact, as you know, or you may not know, for example, in each year, Dubai is importing around 10 million tons of foods to Dubai. 90% of the food that is coming to UAE is getting imported through Dubai ports. So you can now imagine the efforts that is happening back scene to do this. And this is all, each product will be inspected, will be tested before it will be released into Dubai market. We have over 26,000 of establishments, coffee shops, restaurants that are in Dubai. Again, it needs also to be a very high standard. Alhamdulillah, I can say that in terms of the food poisoning, let's say, with collaboration, of course, with Dubai Health Authority. We are, in our KPIs are, alhamdulillah, it's very, 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 very okay, alhamdulillah. Now, this can translate a little bit of that there are lots of efforts between the government and the private sector, because all of these 26,000 establishments are coming from private sector, most of them, you know? So there is, of course, and there are lots of technologies that are helping us. There are lots of monitoring systems that are helping both entities, both the government as well as the private sector, I can say. Now, with AI tools that are coming, this has been leveraged even more. So these advanced tools now are helping us in let's say, monitoring such framework in a better way. We always should supposed to have lots of new initiatives. We should have this. Now, we cannot work like we was working last year. Now it's becoming even more and more challenges to us as well. So it's really, we are living in a challenging city, by the way, that every day we have a new thing to do. We need to have improvement. So it's not only Dr. Yunus in the surgery, it's in every field that you do. We have to. We will not say this is unfortunately, we say this is fortunately, because we want to make sure that we are with the pace of the growth that is happening in Dubai. Private sector is always our priority, because we try to deliver the best service to them. And of course, the community coming on the top of all our priorities, because again, providing food that will be safe for the whole community, this is number one priority for all of us. We will work together. We will work even more and more. We will make sure that we have a collaboration with each other to reach to the standard that it could be good for this year, but I'm sure that it's not for the next year, inshallah.
Thank you very much. So if I could ask each of the, thank you, Dr. Naseem. If I could ask each of the panelists to give us a closing remark that, as much as possible, answers the two questions that were asked. One is, what's the next step from here? And particularly in terms of collaboration across entities and incorporating holistic thinking, design, neuroscience, all the different fields. Where do we go from here?
So I think the lady here, she touched on the different silos, so the neuroscience and the design and policy making. I think now you see neuroaesthetics, it's called, is very real. So that's where you're marrying design and neuroscience. And I think you'll see more and more that the government departments here in Dubai will start making that part of policy. So the effect that design has on, well, on neuroscience, but really on the human being, I think you'll see that coming. I can't say too much, but I'm aware of some policies that are coming into play, and you'll see that, and that will then, I think, help bridge everything.
I think you asked a question about someone else involving the parents, right, in decision making. So, you know, parents are, I think, too involved. I think they're more involved than the kids. We did recently a roadshow called Study Dubai to promote Dubai universities abroad. And we went to 3 markets, India, China, and CIS, and we're doing one in December for the local schools. So in most of those roadshows, parents were there, you know, they were asking questions about universities, housing, etc. One of my team members, you know, emphasized really that we need to take into account the students or the kids themselves as well. So I'm not worried about the parents being involved. I think they are involved. But to talk about, I think your second question was about the projects and how we can involve students or universities into the private sector or government. A lot of them are, so we also work a lot with the Ministry of Higher Education. There is something called CAA, Center for Academic Accreditation. So, and CAA was always looking at the outcome of the students in terms of their grades. So how good was their GPA, for example. Now they're looking at where did that student work? You know, what did they do? So it's becoming less about the GPA and more about the outcome of what they do. And for you to do that, you need to involve with the industry much earlier. You need to do internships, you need to do projects. And there are great things. So the RDI Dubai, for example, or Dubai RDI, which is Research Development Innovation Grant Fund. And it was also only launched last year, which is a grant funding for professors and students. So if you have a project, if you have an idea, you want to implement it, and the DFF is involved in that as well. You know, you can be given grant money to go and implement your idea. So the universities and industries are becoming closer and closer. The tools were not available. A lot of it was funding, to be honest, in terms of grant funding, because also professors were, let's say, incentivized when they were doing publications. So as long as the professor was publishing, they were incentivized. You know, they were hired, they were promoted. But now we're looking at, did that professor come up with an idea? Did they launch a company? Did they actually make an impact? So it's becoming more impact driven. Yeah.
Dr. Yunus, any closing remarks?
Actually, I like the question of Mr. Shahata, because how we as here, it is working together. It is already established, and it is not from today or it is from yesterday. We have open channel, and this is the approved about our success and project is going on, and because of the symbols of zero bureaucracy, because of that, and this is how the open channel. And this is, we having every time a new innovation, a new ideas is coming, not from one sector, from different sectors of government of Dubai.
Thank you very much. I've been told we ran over, so apologies, we're going to have to close the panel. Thank you very much for the audience. Thank you, esteemed panelists. This was really enjoyable. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break and be back for our last part of the day. Thank you so much. Please stick around. There's some coffee, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Oh, you're Carlo. You're... yeah. He does... He looks... Hello, everybody. Urban Future Week is about to resume. The session will about to resume in 5 minutes. So please make your way to the stage. We have a very exciting session coming up. I know you're excited. Yes, he is. I'll be announcing who our next session is. Just make your way to the stage as we're about to start. Thank you. One second. All right, welcome back everybody for the last part of our day today here at Urban Future Week. We now move on to a keynote that ties together many of today's themes, from agility and foresight to smart and sustainable cities. Please join me in welcoming Carlo Ratti, Director of the MIT Sensible Lab, to deliver his keynote address. Give him a warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'll just talk for 10 minutes, and then we'll continue the conversation, both here on stage and with all of you. So I'm going to present some work we're doing at Sensible City Lab, our lab at MIT. Today also, here in Dubai, what we've been finding in recent years, actually, in order to make research much more applicable, it's very important to have a feedback loop with cities. And that is what's happening here just next door with Sensible City Dubai. We're passionate about cities. If you need to remember just 4 numbers about cities, remember those: 2, 55, 75, and 80. Cities are only 2% of the surface of the planet. They're 55% of the population, 75% of energy consumption, 80% of CO2 emissions. So if we can do something to make our cities a bit more sustainable, that can be a big deal globally. And what can we do? Today there's an interesting situation, is the convergence of digital and physical. We can collect a lot of data from cities, and then the data, the analytics, can inform design and change the way we think about cities, the way we design them, and ultimately the way we live in them. Now, today we can look at a city like this, almost like a living organism. We couldn't do this just a few years ago. And today about this, I wanted to start from how we look at the city and how data can change that. Looking at the city and trying to understand the city is something that has been happening for a long time. Who knows who this guy is? This guy is Camillo Sitte. If you studied architecture, you probably know this book. You read this book, Städte Bau. Camillo Sitte was writing at the end of the 19th century, and what he did was actually go through city, look at cities, and try to understand what works, what doesn't work, especially from the point of view of public spaces in cities. Here are some of the beautiful images from his book, just combined together. Well, his work then was developed further precisely at MIT. This was in the middle of the past century. This is Kevin Lynch. Kevin Lynch wrote a beautiful book called The Image of the City. And so the same approach that was inspiring Camillo Sitte, Kevin Lynch made much more analytical. And the beginning of the book says this book is about the look of cities and whether this look is of any importance and whether it can be changed. And what he did was actually look at different parameters in a more analytical way to understand how we navigate cities, how they become legible. If you look at the city at different resolutions, here you see, the different parameters. And then from this, you can look at paths, you can look at, as you see here, nodes, you can look at districts, and then you can look at edges, and finally also landmarks. So looking at the city and trying to understand it in a visual way. Another person who developed this even further in the 1970s and 80s of the past century then is this guy called William White. William White actually wrote a beautiful book, if you haven't read it. This is, condenses a lot of his findings, and he was the first one to actually start filming cities. At the time, this was in the 70s, he used Super 8 footage, and then using it in order to better understand how we live in public space, how we use different spaces in New York. This is William White filming in New York. And if you look at this, by the way, if you go to New York and if you go to Bryant Park and New York Public Library, he helped save it, so you can thank William White. And look at this, look at how people decide to sit, how people interact, people who like each other, people move in order to meet, people who don't like each other. And also how things change in the course of the day because of sun, because of weather. So he actually took a lot of footage and learned a lot about how public spaces work in New York and in other cities in the United States, in Boston and in Philly. So what he was doing was then taking footage and then looking at this, which is analytics. You see he was putting on a map all the different observations. Look at this, for instance. You take the footage, you accelerate it here, and then you turn it into traces that you will see in a moment. Now, he realized at the time that it's a very powerful way to analyze cities, but there was a problem. And he writes it in the book, evaluating this, analyzing this, at the time was really difficult. It was difficult because you had to look at one frame after the other frame. He had kind of an army of assistants, of students, in order to do this. Well, fast forward to today, and today we got artificial evaluators. This is deep learning, this is CNN, so we can actually train a system in order to do what he was doing slowly and painfully, to do it massively for the whole city very, very quickly. You can do this, you've seen it many times, you can look at anything you want to train a system, a deep learning system to follow, for instance, people. And then you can get the individual traces. So what we did is a piece of research that we're going to develop further. We got to find the original footage that William White took in New York 50 years ago. Then we took footage in the same places. We actually got footage by a colleague, Keith Hampton, who's a sociologist, just a few years ago, and then we started comparing them. If you're interested, that's a paper. You can find all the analysis and mathematics in this paper from just a few months ago. And then it's interesting. Public space is being used today in a very different way. We linger much less. 1980s, by the way, linger is defined here, people moving at less than 0.5 meter per second. It used to be 43% in 1980. It is 26% in the 2010. The walking speed has increased. We actually walk 15% faster. And you see it here, you see the different places. We looked at Bryant Park, we saw before, but also other places in New York, in Boston, and Philly. And here you can see the analysis place by place. Solo walkers are surprisingly stable. 68% of the people were 67% 50 years ago, 68% today are actually solo walkers, but we're a big difference. The difference is actually encounters have gone down dramatically. Look at that, it was people meeting in public space, how it was then and how it is today. And so this is something that actually is posing a very important question. Is something fundamental changing about how we use public space? And the reason this is important is actually public space is the center of what makes a city a city. Cities emerged around 10,000 years ago when our ancestors found this beautiful way to bring us together so that together we can share ideas, we can share goods, we can share chromosomes. So it's a beautiful way so that together we can be more than each of us individually. And since the beginning, if you look at this, in old Athens, the agora was this place really where the civitas, the community of citizens, would come together. And so in this finding, which is up from a few months ago, is what we now want to turn into full line of research, and what we will discuss also in a moment about this function of the city, this core function of urbanization, because this is really, I believe, one of the most important things cities do, especially today when in digital world, we tend to polarize. In a digital world, it's so easy to remove everybody we don't agree with. But actually, in physical space, there's a beautiful condition that you could call inevitability. You're forced actually to confront, to interact, even with people who are very different from us. And so looking at that really goes back to understanding really what a city is. That's an op-ed in the Guardian recently, and let's continue the conversation here online, but also here on stage. Thank you. Are we standing? Okay, we can continue like this. I don't know if there's chairs coming. If not, we can start.
There's chairs.
Yeah.
Unless you prefer standing, but there's definitely chairs. Yeah.
As you wish, we can also start.
I think, can I introduce, if you don't mind, the fireside chat? Yeah?
Of course, yes.
So we now continue the conversation with the fireside chat featuring Karwati and Rashid bin Shabib, urbanist, researcher, and co-founder of Brown Book, as they discuss shaping sustainable cities. Please, guys, take it ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please join me to welcome the great Rashid.
So, is there a mic?
Yes, there is a mic. Right there.
Carlo, it's always exciting to see you. You're always on a plane, moving around. And it's always exciting to see a lot of the research that you do in the context of different parts of the world. And especially, looking at Kevin Lynch's research on the social life of smaller, William White on the social life of smaller urban spaces, and continuing that research a few months ago, looking at how civic spaces were used in a place like New York, and then looking at where it's at now, is fascinating, right? And I think the context of people and the way people are using these spaces are completely different in civic spaces.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing is that for the first time, we can look at how things have changed over the past 50 years. And what we want to do now is actually looking at different cultures. Again, the nice thing is that what was difficult at the time of William White can now be automated with AI. So imagine doing this globally in different cities. Imagine doing this also, another piece of research we want to do, going back thousands of years and analyzing engravings, paintings, and so on. So somehow, I think that's, because we're talking this week, we're talking today a lot about cities, this is really the most important thing about cities, which, by the way, is also why we're all here today. It's about, being together in order to exchange ideas, to create what sociologists call weak ties. And so that is, I think, probably the most important thing. We need to look at how cities still perform that primordial function.
I think maybe just to bring it closer to home, Carlos, since we're in Dubai, since the weather is getting better, maybe we can define usage in the topic of single use or mixed use, or in the context especially of scale. A lot of Western cities, a lot of Eastern cities have a lot of civic spaces that are around parks and civic spaces. Here in Dubai, a lot of people argue that the beaches is our public realm. So a lot of the beaches constitute where a lot of the public go, where it's always mixed use in its form, whether it's access to a public good like a beach and so forth, or there's that kind of mixage of spaces. Where are we in the context of usage, and scale, the world?
You're right, and actually there's different components, and there's a component, as you say, of different cities. Like I just came back from Brazil because of COP30. COP30 was in Dubai last year, and this year is in Belém, in the middle of the Amazon. Brazil is an interesting example. Two big cities, Rio and Sao Paulo, work in completely different ways because of public spaces that exist in one and not the other. As you say, the beach is a big integrator in Rio that you don't have in Sao Paulo. So there's a lot of infrastructure locally that allows this. There's also other cultural infrastructure. I mean, I participated in so many interesting magiles that you organize or co-organize where we work together. So somehow that is also a way, again, to bring us together. This event is another example of this. So somehow I think it's how then we, as you are saying, we give it a local flavor for this, but the primordial function of the city is still the same, is actually to bring us together from different walks of life and promote that exchange we were discussing.
And I mean, there's a lot of debate around the topic of technology, infrastructure, 5G, and the influence of AI. I mean, that's a very high-level topic, and here we're discussing civicness and communal and so forth. Do you feel like there will be a saturation in a sense where there will be a limitation where how much the city and people can absorb at the scale, and then we continue to live this element of analog versus our digital or augmented digital?
Yeah, look, I think I'm not concerned about the change. So I'm not concerned about, what you're saying, the saturation. I think that we can adapt. I'm more concerned about the speed. I think usually we are sensitive not just to absolute values, but to the gradient. And so if the speed of change is very fast, that is what I'm more concerned, not really about the absolute value, but the speed of change. And you're right, in some cases, the speed of change seems to be approaching some kind of disturbing velocity.
So in your perspective, Carlo, I mean, you just came back from COP, working on Venice. The role of the communal, right? The communal aspect of a city is becoming even more prominent. The topic of how do we find more meaning from the places we live, seasonal and so forth? I mean, where do you think the world is in this debate?
And actually, because you mentioned this, so in Venice, at the Venice Biennale, I had the privilege to direct this year. You've done a beautiful project, so it might be good to actually mention it for those who haven't been to Venice yet.
I mean, well, Carlo has curated the Venice Biennale this year, which was a very important topic around how we interact with cities, but looking at elements of technology, innovation, and the human centered around that. We were invited to work on a pavilion in the heart of the Giardini to look at how ritual spaces can play a bigger role. We took the idea of a majlis and then incorporated a manama and a madalla, which are very typical and traditional vernaculars and traditional forms of architecture, and how people can come together. And luckily, it has been a success. A lot of people use it practically, and a lot of people come together, and this communal element of people coming together. I mean,
but if you want, I think the way I see their project, this beautiful project, if you haven't been to Venice, still open until the 23rd of November, and that's one of the key features in the Giardini. But it's again how physical space can be an antidote to a lot of what we are living online. So I think really the power of the city is a convenient place, and actually how we can innovate. I think there was a lot of innovation in the way of managing climate interaction, mixing the idea of the magiles with the idea of the cafe and so on.
Carlo, I see a lot of friends and a lot of colleagues and a lot of people really that are key decision makers here. And we're always trying to situate ourselves. We know Dubai and the UAE innovates in the discussions of urbanism, mobility, and so forth. Where are we today in this broader context of innovation? I know if you can talk about 2 or 3 examples that you found to be most profound in that context.
Yeah, this is great, by the way, but I would say as well, because of so many friends and familiar faces and experts in the audience, we should also open the discussion and do it more like a broader conversation. But just to first, in a couple of minutes, address what you were saying. The way I would see the moment, the present moment in cities today, think about it like an evolutionary ecosystem where people are trying different things, and it's almost like mayors are trying and seeing what works, what doesn't work, and so that's why we need moments such as this one when actually people come together and we share ideas, we compare notes, and we can learn from each other. So it's like, every time of rapid change, what you have is a system where almost in natural evolution, where there's a lot of mutations and we see what works, what doesn't work, and then coming together is particularly important, which is what's happening here today. But if there's any ideas or thoughts from the audience,
questions,
we can share the mic. Yes. Oh, wow, three hands. Yes. Should we share? Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I guess one of my questions is, how do we make sure that whatever, when we design, we don't create an ambience in cities that generate uptick in violence and mental illness? Because at the end of the day, we architects have that responsibility.
Why don't you, do you want to go first? Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think obviously, I think Carlo mentioned a very critical point, which is the speed of cities that I found to be, in general, we exist in cities and we're kind of oscillated and moving around constantly in these different changes, especially in a city like Dubai, because we are always commuting in different ways. But I think for me, as a lot of the projects and research that are pointed out, we see the role of public spaces, civic communities. We see a lot of parks and leisure. These are really critical things that we see really centered around this topic. I don't know if you've spent time on the beach, but people are kite surfing and people are sailing, and when the season hits, people are all out there. And I think once these priorities get there, and I think also life is cyclical, right? Wouldn't you agree, Carlos? Sometimes people are busy with kids, and sometimes people are in the...
No, totally. And I think, again, data can help us for the first time to actually elucidate some of those relationships. I mean, we knew it in an anecdotal way, but I think through data, and also I think AI is proving very interesting in allowing us to see the effect the different environment have on our well-being in different ways. Again, AI is really usually good when you got a training set, you see what happens, and you multiply that across the city. So I'm quite confident we'll get more and more able to elucidate that link. And then once we understand it better, then the next step is design. So design followed that analysis. So thanks for asking.
Hi, Mahnaz Fancy from the Ministry of Culture. We've been working a lot at the ministry about how we need to think about adaptation here. Is there feedback that's annoying, or is it just in my head?
There's a little bit of noise in the back, but we can hear you very well. I think everybody...
So, given that you just came from the adaptation COP in Belém, and this is how we need to start thinking, this question of speed in Dubai was really perfect, because not only is this a country that's gone from a population of 440,000 to 11 million, but also there is a constant displacement that happens. Families that were along the beaches or in the old part of Dubai for years have been moved because the city's plan is consistently being rearranged to accommodate for shifting population needs and economic shifts. So coming back to this, what we are losing in this process, in this speed of change, is the basis for our capacity for innovation, which is our relationship to the land, right? If you are every 10 years or every 40 years being moved into a new part of this country, your legacy, your heritage, i.e. your relationship to the land, is consistently disrupted.
Yeah.
How do we deal with that here?
It's a great question. Maybe I'll just say a couple of things. I'll leave it to you in a second. Just say a couple of things about adaptation, what you were saying. Yes, COP is about adaptation. The point we are making at the Venice Biennale this year is also that architecture should focus on adaptation. That's a key message. And we don't need to build too much globally. I think most countries' population has peaked, is going to decline because of fertility rates. I mean, you got still cities growing like Dubai. But somehow the key thing is not about globally to build more urban fabric, it's about to adapt to a changing climate and a changing planet. That's a key message of the Biennale, so I couldn't agree more. And I think that, you know, it's about temperature, it's about too much water, too little water, it depends where you are, but basically, yes, adapting to a changing climate. And that is part of what you're saying. The other part is about, I'll leave it to you, is about, you know, how can you then continue that relationship with the land when things are changing, also from another point of view, as you're saying, because of growth.
But I think that also, maybe Carlo, you can talk a little bit about the research about adaptation, for instance, on the article in the Financial Times about landscaping and landscaping cities, which was really critical.
Yeah, totally. No, just to give an example, well, you know, we know that during the summer we need to be in air-conditioned buildings, especially in this part of the world, but outside we cannot air-condition outdoor spaces. And also, you know that when you air-condition, you're throwing heat somewhere else. So somehow you're better inside, you're worse outside, because you're throwing heat outside. And then, but the thing we're doing here is really looking at how we can find natural solutions. So trees, if you want, are some of the best systems we have in order to do evapotranspiration and cool the summer in different ways about radiant temperature. Evapotranspiration is different things. Is shading without increasing temperatures. If you shade with a standard roof, that roof in Dubai during the summer might get to 70, 80 Celsius. The tree stays cool through its own evapotranspiration system. And so that's what we've been doing, including using AI to see how to do, call it, precision plantation, what type of tree and where to put it and so on. So I think, you know, those are some of the things in terms of adaptation that really we can all focus and turn research into design.
I mean, that's quite amazing, Carlo, the fact that when you go full circle and you realize that planting trees, specifically using AI to really strategically ensure that temperature can be reduced and find that right shading is quite amazing. To your second point, Mehnaz, I think there are some parts of the city that's gone through radical changes. There are some parts of the city that have not gone through. So I think it's the natural order of cities' evolutions. I mean, I just came from Geneva this summer, and the same playground that I played when I was 14 still exists, and the same door. So nothing's changed, and in some parts of cities they've completely changed. But I think I would say that yes, in some parts they've changed. In some parts, if you go to, I mean, you go to a lot of different parts of Deira, you go to different parts of our area, which is towards Khwanij or Nad al-Shiba, the more suburban areas, they haven't changed. So I think it's the natural order of cities. I think with the policy, yeah. Looking at adaptation measures, that good case studies.
Yeah.
Good case studies for.
Yeah, you're probably best position to answer this, being about Dubai.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you can see different models. We see, I mean, Dubai is a certain, there are amazing, magnificent buildings that are being preserved. The Trade Center, you know, the Dubai Petroleum Center, and Sharjah is doing a great job, Abu Dhabi is doing a great job, Doha is doing a great job, Bahrain is doing an amazing job. So I think there are many referential examples of how to do it. I think I go back to what Carlo was saying earlier, which is critical. It's, of course, looking at how we can look at preservation, but more importantly, that's pressing is how can we think about adaptation more context specific. I find that to be very interesting because, for instance, I don't know about you, but the idea of a night beach fascinates me. The fact that people can go swim at night in the middle of the summer is an ingenious idea. That is like a very practical way of looking at adaptation. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah. No,
Have you swam at night?
No, I think in adaptation is, adaptation, the way I like the framing you're giving is adaptation. Traditionally, you know, when people talk about climate, is mitigation or adaptation. It's just about climate. But, you know, there's many other dimensions, including the cultural one that you're referring to, and you're referring to. By the way, in what you were saying, it reminded me of a quote, I believe is Baudelaire, the French poet, who said, La ville change plus vite que le cœur d'un mortel. So the city is changing faster than the heart of a person. Yeah, so anyway, so it has happened before. I think we got time for a final questions here. Well, there's three hands. Why don't we hear all the questions and we give
we have one final question.
Just one answer altogether. Yes.
Prof, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. First of all, Irina Karagauer, founder of BK9 Ecosystem Enablement Agency for Open Decentralized AI and Blockchain. Nearly 15 years ago, you were the pioneer in using mobile phone data in a private format Airlink to read the cities. So your groundbreaking work on Geneva landscape really then advanced, you know, the understanding of the urban environment. So my question is, now in the age where AI is penetrating pretty much every industry, is reaching incredible mass adoption and at a very fast pace, and when mobile phone became a true weapon for, like, it's everywhere. In the last 15 years, the number of phones has quadrupled, and the use of, you know, pretty much any application. So from your work and from the things you're working on, does privacy in AI concern you? And have you done any practical work?
It concerns me a lot, but let's hear all the three questions and then I'll get back to the answer. Yes? Oh, I don't know what happened to the mic, but, and I saw another hand, a third hand. Anyway, go ahead.
It's a wonderful insights. Well, it is not my question. I would to add on to the previous topic about adoption and everything. I think Dubai adaptation, and when you say there is innovation, so because of innovation we are losing the history, but I think Dubai is rewriting a history. So today you have Museum of the Future, and then there's another museum is there which is going to float in Dubai Creek, right? So now as you also have a railway coming, Etihad Rail. So because of that, there will be something which has to be changed or to accommodate the rail, right? So I think it's a new history. So Dubai is going to be in that benchmark.
Cool. And then I saw another hand. More time for questions. We hear the last question and then we will reply to all that.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Nurhan Rabah, a founder of design studio, product design studio. My question is how integrating product design like seating, shading, bridges, or communal area to sit can encourage people or change people's behavior and let them interact and like have a better experience in the city.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Well, maybe...
AI, public space.
Okay, why don't you go first, and then I go next.
Go ahead, Carlo.
Should I go first?
Yes, please.
So, say two, I will answer 2, 3, 1. Two, about your point, yes, you know, I think you're jumping and saying, you know, the excitement of change, but the excitement of change is also the lack of anchors. Cities are a place of experimentation, but cities, as we heard before, are also the place that makes a make it feel at home. You know, the places when you want to have an anchor of something, you know, life changes, and that stays the same. That's why people tend to go back to the places they know. You said, you know, go back to Geneva and to that little playground. So sometimes there's a two tension. You're jumping on one side, and I think, but the city is a balance between the two. And yes, it is a place of innovation. You're saying how to innovate in the you know, product design. I think the key to me is really to copy what happens in many other innovation ecosystems. And those innovation ecosystems, like Silicon Valley, they're nothing else than what happens in nature. You try many things. At the beginning, there's big risk, and then you try small, and then if it works, you de-risk it, and you scale it up. You know, that's what happens in every innovation ecosystem, and that's, again, the copy of natural evolution. So I would say, if you want to test some of these things, here there's amazing people from the city of Dubai and so on. You can talk to them, try something, do a little experiment. You know, an example is what happened during COVID. Remember, during COVID, mayors had to try. There was no blueprint to follow, and then they tried, and something, you know, we discovered amazing things. You know, we pedestrianized some areas, we changed the way of, you know, living outdoor. Cities in different climates try different things. So taking that innovation thing and bringing it into everyday practice in design or in the city. And the final thing about privacy, actually, let me leave that at the end. Why don't you go first?
I mean,
No?
I was
Okay.
going to, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I was going to conclude.
Okay, so then I'll finish just with privacy. Yes, your question, I'm very concerned about privacy. When we started, you know, the data, all the data we collected was anonymized data, and the data at the time, as you mentioned, like 15 years ago, was about the resolution over space, 1 kilometer, number of data points per person per day, 15. Today, you got 3 orders of magnitude more resolution in spatial and temporal resolution. And so I'm very concerned, not really about what happens in the city, but what happens in our pockets. And I think we should all be attentive to that. I think when we do research, clearly we follow GDPR in Europe is a good framework. It's the same one that California is following. So, I mean, we follow that and we try to be as transparent as possible. But yes, there is a problem and we should all be concerned about that. It's not in the city, but it's much closer to us in our pockets.
I saw an X there. Thank you very much, Carlo. It was amazing. We're always excited.
You had to.
No, my only point that I was going to make is we need to do an equivalent to Kevin Lynch. We should do
You cheated. So anyway, but thanks a lot, man, and thanks all. To be continued.
Yes. But we should do a Kevin Lynch equivalent in Dubai.
Thank you so much, Carlo and Rashid, for that insightful and thought-provoking dialogue. Guys, this concludes today's sessions for day 1 of Urban Future Week. But as they say, this is only the beginning, because tomorrow we reconvene for day 2, Digital Cities, Placemaking and Community Futures, where we'll explore how innovation and design contribute to building connected, human-centered communities. Guys, it was a pleasure to be your host today. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good day. Thank you so much.